youth who have organized this pre-conference today in collaboration with the Coalition for Sustainable Development and the University of Nairobi Students Association. This event will also be streamed live on the Champions for SDGs Youth Facebook page. So in case your friend is back at home or back at work, you could share with them the link that was sent to you on email so that they can follow the conversation online. At this point, I would like us to have the national anthem, and then we'll proceed to have the remarks from the speakers indicated on the program. We've sent you a soft copy of the program so that we can minimize the need to print and also protect our environment in a little way. So let's stand up for the national anthem.
Lord of all creation, blessed is the Lord God nation. Justice the ocean defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats. You are encouraged to wear your t-shirts because I am convinced that you look so much better. Of course, I know you prepared yourself when you left the house, but you also look great. You look youthful when you rock the t-shirt. So, at this point, allow me to welcome the representative of the University of Nairobi Students Association to give her remarks. Ms. Grace Kamau, welcome.
Thank you, Arnold. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? You look a bit cold. I'll be that person to say, tell your neighbor hi. Yeah, smile at your neighbor, get to know them. It's okay. Don't be shy. Yeah, we're all youthful, right? Are we youthful? So let's act like we are, yeah? So my name is Grace Kamau. I represent the University of Nairobi Students Association, which is the representation of students in the University of Nairobi. I can see some of my UNSA people here. They can just wave. Yeah? Okay. So in UNSA, I serve in the Student Council, which is the overall body that governs UNSA. And I'm the treasurer for the team. I'm honored that Arnold was able to invite us to partner with them. I think it's an honor to include our students and our population especially. being selfish, because I'm always selfish to these opportunities, and have this hosted at University of Nairobi. I understand there's other universities, right? Which universities are you from? JKUAT. I also saw Strathmore. Is there Strathmore here? No? Is there African Nazarene? Okay. So I think they'll come later. But I'm very selfish and I'm very honored that this opportunity was handed to us. And I look forward to a great day of collaboration. Please make sure you know people, make sure you network, expand your network and grow some friends, find some new people, find whoever you're looking for. And I hope that you will have a wonderful time at the University of Nairobi. If you need any help, you can come to me specifically, or there's 2 other people who are upstairs called Daniel and Abigail. If you need anything at all, the washroom, whatever you might need, just let them know or let me know and I'll sort you out. Yeah, so I look forward to also seeing, our Dean of Students was supposed to be here and he's going to arrive much later. But he told me to greet you all and to smile and that we all have a good and well, involved event. Yes, thank you. I'll give this back to Arnold.
A big round of applause for allowing us and for also supporting the SDGs. SDGs agenda amongst the students of the University of Nairobi and also across Nairobi and the country at large. So allow me to take a few minutes to tell you about what Champions for SDGs Youth does as part of the remarks for our organization as well. And we are a youth-led organization that is based here in Nairobi and that targets young people between the ages of 18 and 35 with information on what the Sustainable Development Goals are, with information on the progress that our country and other countries are making towards the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, and also to seek and share opportunities for young people to engage in the SDGs processes. And that is to mean the implementation and review and monitoring of the goals at the different levels. From the local levels, where when reviews are done, voluntary local reviews are prepared. At the national level, when they are done, voluntary national reviews are prepared, and then the country, through the through the National Treasury and Planning, presents at a higher level on the progress that our country is making. So, not to go so much into that, because I know our colleagues from the State Department for Planning are here with us, and they are going to share with us so much more about the history of the SDGs, how they came about, how they affect you as a young person, and how you could actually engage in the processes. I'm here with some colleagues. I don't know if you can raise your hands. Champions for SDGs Youth who are in the room? Raise your hands confidently. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 of you so far. So that is the team with which we work to share knowledge with our colleagues, our fellow young people on matters SDGs and how we could better be engaged. Again, at this point, allow me to call upon Mr. Festus Odingo, who's going to say some remarks on behalf of the Coalition for Sustainable Development, also known as the SDGs Kenya Forum. And he's doing this on behalf of the country director, Ms. Florence Sievuo, who was not able to join us today as much as she really wanted to. Karibu sana, Mr. Festus Odingo.
Thanks so much, Arnold. I didn't know you'd called me this early. I was still enjoying my work up there. So to the representatives of the State Department for Planning, to the representative probably in absentia, the National Youth Council, to the leadership of the University of Nairobi, to the students' leadership. I know they've not been here with us, and some of them have probably left. And to the student fraternity of various universities, participants and members, our partners, good morning. It is my pleasure to be here to speak with you. I had a long speech that I was meant to read, but I'd not go through it because I feel this is a dialogue and what it means to the Multistakeholders Conference, probably that most of you have not been part and parcel of. This is a great impetus because we've not had the youth in that process. Usually we have what we call the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDGs implementation in Kenya that is chaired by the State Department for Planning, co-chaired by Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, the SDGs Kenya Forum that I represent here. But there are so many stakeholders there. We've got the National Youth Council, the County Assemblies Forum is represented there, the Council of Governors is represented there, the academia, which the University of Nairobi actually represents quite heavily. But we also have other players like the Media Caucus, the Parliamentary Caucus in Business that is represented in various committees. So it's a great platform that we showcase the best practices and the lived stories around SDGs. So this meeting today offers an opportunity as a pre-conference to the main multi-stakeholder conference that is yet to take place in a few days to come. Because it's a small space and we cannot host all of you, but we felt that having this kind of convening is going to be appropriate to really see how the process has been and also to put in place certain assertions when it comes to SDGs implementation in Kenya. And I know probably most of you are not quite savvy with the processes that actually exist. There's a project that we anchored, the CRISP project, that Arnold and other members probably here has been part and parcel of, where we had a long conversation saying that the youths are not really represented in the United Nations General Assembly to air their issues, or probably issues that affect them or affect the youth directly. And in most cases, that conference and convening has been greatly represented by northern representatives, so probably Europe and the rest. But the sub-Saharan Africa or the southern states have not really been adequately represented there. So it means that if a youth from other areas, let's say Netherlands or Denmark, airs their case, actually they're making decisions on your behalf. So we felt that there could be an avenue to actually champion for youths around the region and currently working in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, to actually get representatives from these regions to be representing us in those channels. I'm not a youth. I feel like I'm a youth, right? But I wouldn't be speaking to issues that are a reality to you. Probably I might not be knowing them. So if I go there, I might not really represent issues that are alive to your cases. And that happens if you're not on the table. And SDGs are quite great. There's 17 of them. Remember, we started from the MDGs and we moved all through to Sustainable Development Goals, the 17. But if you look at them in essence, it touches at the heart of everything that we do. If you look at our medium-term plans, it's actually designed in a way that it responds to those issues. SDG 1 to 6 speaks about social issues. SDG 7 to 12 speaks about economic issues. And 13 to 15 speaks about climate And then 16 and 17 speaks about aspects of institutions. How are institutions brought up? What are the finances and the budgets that we need for ourselves? So in the spirit of sustainable development goals, I stand here to guide this meeting and to also listen to you and to your grievances so that we can actually chant our way together and create a roadmap that is actually applicable for all and for all citizens, and especially the youths of Kenya. So it is my humble duty to submit and to wait for the great panel discussion that is upcoming, and to also listen to, what was that? The interlude. The entertainment. I'll be waiting to, what is the name? Yes. Yeah. And Kijana Mtanasha. I'll be listening. I want to know and to get really what comes from the youth and to really see how we can book. There's a way art has been used to actually advance SDGs awareness and creation. And I would also invite you to really go deeper into the SDGs, not just reading and knowing them from the face value, but also going deeper to know what the targets are, what the indicators are, because there's a whole process around there. At the SDGs Kenya Forum, I lead data and research, but I believe there's a lot that needs to come from the youth. Look at those youth indicators. What targets you? How are they represented? Do we report on the youth indicators, for instance? Do you have data that captures you? Right now, Kenya is looking forward to, conduct some youth surveys. Are your views brought in there? But what are these platforms that you can actually engage in so that you can put your views there? If once a survey is done and the statistics is out, you can actually relate and say that I was part and parcel of that process. Thank you so much, and I'll be standing right by just to listen to you and to wait for your comments and indulgence. Thank you so much, and have a fruitful deliberations.
A big round of applause for Mr. Festus. Thank you so much, Mr. Festus, and we look forward to hear more about the experience you've had in working with the SDGs. At this point, I'd like to invite Daniel Milambo briefly to make a small announcement before we go on. Daniel.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Milambo. I'm a student here at University of Nairobi pursuing petroleum engineering. I'm in my 5th year. So what I'll be doing here is strictly a representative of UNSA. As you can see, my able friend here, Arnold, is placing our banner. And on my debrief, I was just wanting to guide the ladies on where you can get your access the washrooms. So as you're exiting on your right, you can be able to see your washrooms. For the gents, there is a student lavatory and the staff lavatory. So you can use either of the two. And yeah, we're happy to host you and feel welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So then we proceed to our next key stakeholder in matters concerning young people and sustainable development goals. The National Youth Council. I'm not sure whether Miss Juliet, have you arrived? Miss Juliet? Not yet? Who's there from the National Youth Council? So maybe you could we were expecting Margaret Kiogora, who is the CEO of the National Youth Council, but she told me that she would have loved to come. However, she got an assignment today to handle and also in preparation for an upcoming youth event. Therefore, she sent a representative, who's Miss Juliet. Miss Juliet is making her way. She has arrived at the university, but she's trying to make her way to the venue. So maybe you could play some music for a minute. I consult something. Cool. I'd like to engage you on SDGs in Swahili so that we can learn a bit on what are SDGs in Swahili. And not only translating Sustainable Development Goals to Swahili, but also the specific goals. We can take a few minutes to look into that, and then we'll get back into our program. I hope that's okay with you. So I'd like to engage you. Who can tell us what are Sustainable Development Goals in Swahili? SDGs ni nini kwa Kiswahili? Nani anaweza tuelimisha? SDGs ni nini? Wewe hapana. I want someone else, a young person mwenye either they're at a tertiary institution or they're in their early career. I can see you're raising your hand there, right? Let's hear. What are SDGs in Swahili?
Oh my God. I'm not good in Swahili. Malengo ya maendeleo endelevu.
Wow, but you are very good. Let's clap for her. She got it right. Goals ni nini kwa Kiswahili? Goals ni malengo. Goals ni malengo. Maendeleo, development ni nini kwa Kiswahili? Maendeleo. Sustainable ni nini? Endelevu. Kwa hivyo you combine those words, alafu inakuwa malengo ya maendeleo endelevu. Just that maybe the order might change because it's Swahili. Very good. Let's clap for her. So let's remember that when we go home, when we are speaking to colleagues, neighbors, hata tunaweza waambia, unajua malengo ya maendeleo endelevu ni nini? And then utakuwa umemwelimisha kidogo. Who can tell us the SDGs in English? Who can name the SDGs in English? You can name the 17 SDGs in English. Ngoja kidogo. Let's hear from someone else first and then we come to you. There is another hand there. Another one? Someone else? Someone else who can tell us the SDGs, who can list the SDGs? That is Samita. Ah, I remember you from Strathmore. Good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samita Mwaniki. I'd like to name the SDGs 1 to 17, yes? So SDG 1, correct me if I'm wrong, I might forget some. SDG 1, zero hunger. SDG 2, I'm so stuck so early. Okay, I'll go back to SDG 2. SDG 3 is good health and well-being. SDG 4, quality education. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 6, I'll come back to 2 and 6. SDG 7, ooh. Huh? Okay. Allow me to skip to SDG 9, which is industry and innovation. SDG 10, reduced inequalities. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. SDG 12, I need a cheat sheet. Okay. SDG 12, I'm also not sure. SDG 13, climate action. SDG 14, I'm also forgetting 14. I'm so sorry, guys. SDG 15, I believe, is life on land. SDG 16, life underwater, if I'm not wrong. Yeah? No? No? Okay. No? Okay. Let's leave 16. SDG 17, partnerships for the goals. So I didn't get 5, right? I think. But yeah, I tried. Yeah?
Let's clap for her. She got 12 out of 17. That is impressive, right? But we have someone who said they can mention all the SDGs. Let's hear from that someone.
Hi, my name is Rukia Ahmed. I'm from the Kenya Inter-University Environmental Student Association. SDG number 1, no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 4, quality education. Number 5, gender equality. Number 6, clean water and sanitation. Number 7, affordable energy. Number 8, decent work and economic growth. Number 9, this is tricky for me. Number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Number 10, reduced inequalities. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Number 13, climate action. Number 14, I usually confuse between number 14 and 15. Number 14 should be life underwater. No, life below water. Number 15, life on land. Number 16, justice and peace. And finally, number 17, partnership for the goals. I love SDGs and I'm a champion for SDGs.
Wow. Impressive. Let's clap for her again. You did extremely well. And we encourage the rest of us to also get to know what the SDGs are. They are available on Google. They are available on your phone, on your computer. And you just need to type a simple phrase, Sustainable Development Goals, and they'll be there on your screen. But also at the back, we have a banner that highlights all the goals. So probably during break time, you can check them out as well. Now, On to the last bit of that. Who can tell us the SDGs in Swahili? Who can list the SDGs in Swahili? When you are laughing like that, it means all of you can list them. The SDGs in Swahili? Because actually, the wider population understands English more or Swahili more? Swahili more? Like, could you speak to someone from back home, up country, in English, and they'll understand what that SDG is? But I suppose if you speak to them in Swahili, they might understand better what that particular SDG is, right? Is there someone who can do that? Actually, if you can know all those SDGs in English, you can just translate it to. If you want an easier way, just know them in English, and then when you list them, translate as you list them. Anyone? Kama ya kwanza ni no poverty. No poverty is hakuna umaskini. Ya pili ni zero hunger, which means hakuna njaa. Ya tatu ni good health and well-being. Afya inamaanisha afya bora na ustawi wa
I said afya bora na ustawi. Ustawi is welfare or well-being.
Okay. Afya bora na ustawi. Me, the way I know it is afya na hali bora. Hali ni well-being. Yeah, but still, as long as you communicate. Yanne ni quality education. Quality education ni elimu bora. Very good. Number 5, gender equality. In Swahili it is usawa wa kijinsia. You know these things. Why are you not listing the SDGs? Yeah, you just need the confidence. I see you know the answers. Number 6 is clean water and sanitation. So in Swahili it is maji safi na usalama. Maji safi na usafi. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. What is that in Swahili? Energy is kawi. Ni nishati. Ni nishati. Energy is nishati. So affordable and clean energy means what? Nishati safi na nafuu. Ndio? Number 8, decent work and economic growth. What is that in Swahili? Decent work and economic growth. Ajira stahifu na ukuaji wa uchumi. Si ndio? Number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. What is that in Kiswahili? Viwanda, ubunifu na miundombinu. Infrastructure is miundombinu in Kiswahili. Number 10 is reduced inequalities. What is that in Swahili? Kupunguza tofauti. Are you not reading somewhere there? Huh? Wewe umeziandika hapa chini kwa Kiswahili. This is in English. So you are translating. Okay. And then tuko number 11. Number 11 ni sustainable cities and communities. What is that in Swahili? Sustainable cities and communities. Miji na jamii endelevu ama stahifu. Endelevu si ni sustainable. Endelevu, si ndio? Na stahifu ni nini? All right. Number 12. Responsible consumption and production. What is that in Swahili? Consumption ni matumizi. Na production ni uzalishaji. Matumizi na uzalishaji bora. Next ni number 13, climate action. That one, all of you, I think you know it. Who can tell us? Who can tell us what is climate action in Swahili? Hatua kwa mazingira. Aya, number 14, life below water. Shout to. Shout to. Mtu anasema kitu chini ya maji. Yeah? Uhai majini. Very good. But okay. You should tell us those goals. I see. Naona kama unazijua. Unaweza malizia? But I see you are providing the right answers. Okay, then let's finish up. Tumefika number 15. Number 15 is life on land. What is that in Swahili? Mtu amesema uhai ardhini. Haya, mwingine. Uhai juu ya ardhi. Mwingine. I think both answers make sense because ardhi si ndani. So, ukisema uhai juu ya ardhi, life on land. Because of that on there. Juu ya ardhi. Aya, tumefika number 16. 16 ni peace, justice and strong institutions. Peace ni, to translate pamoja, amani. Justice, haki. Strong, imara. Ngumu. Imara, alafu institutions ni taasisi. Who can combine that? Edward Kipkalia from Emerging Leaders Foundation. Please combine.
Amani, haki na taasisi imara.
Very good. Let's clap for Edward. Aya, number 17, the last one. Partnerships for sustainable goals. Another one. Partnerships for the goals. It is partnerships for the goals. So what is partnerships for the goals in Swahili? Ushirikiano? Acha kwanza tusikie suggestions.
Ushirikiano wa malengo. I don't know.
Tumpigie makofi for the attempt. Who else wants to try? I think you want to try. Right? Who wants to try? Someone else? Microphone itafika huko. Okay. Ubia kufikia malengo. Ubia kufikia malengo. She's right. Ubia ni partnerships. Ubia. That is a new word for someone who did not know. Ubia kufikia malengo. Aya. Tujipigie makofi kwa. So later on when you have some time, now go and go through them again so that you understand those. These days, even when you apply for certain opportunities, they will ask you, how does this relate to the SDGs? How does your work relate to the SDGs? And which particular goal? And sometimes, if you understand them better, you could even know which particular target. Because the SDGs, they have the goals, the targets, and the indicators. So the indicators are used to measure the progress that has been made on the different aspects of the SDGs. Thank you so much. So I would like us to get back onto the program now that we have Miss Juliet from the National Youth Council, and after that we'll go to the State Department for Planning. So at this point, let's welcome Miss Juliet, who's representing the National Youth Council, to come and give her remarks. Karibu sana, Miss Juliet.
Asante sana. First, I would like to apologize for coming in late. I think it's just proper that we say we are sorry. Other issues came up, but we had to come in. So apologies, kwa sababu mlifika mapema, lazima ni commend hizo efforts zenyu. Mlivyoambiwa, majina yangu ni Juliet Owino, coming from the National Youth Council. I'm here to represent my CEO by the name Margaret Kiogora. I'm sure most of you are aware that we have a summit coming up called Youth Connect, which is anchored at the National Youth Council, and so she's quite busy with the preparations. But because we hold this as well very dear to us, I had to come in and step in on her behalf. So I'm here this morning just to congregate with you at the National Multistakeholders SDGs Youth Pre-Conference, because I know there's a conference that is coming up. As National Youth Council, for those who do not know about us, we are a state department, we are a semi-autonomous government agency in the Ministry of Youth, Creative Economy, and sports right now, and we are under the State Department for Youth. When you go to your phones, we are on social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, now X. I was almost saying Twitter. Nakumbuka. I need to be up to date. So you can be able to see what we are doing there, and we work with different youth groups, youth organizations, because our main mandate is to be sure that youth are empowered. And how are they empowered? We would want to advocate for youth issues. We would want youth to be represented. We would want youth to participate. The same thing that you're doing now. And we do this by working with different organizations, be it individuals, be it youth organizations. And so the last SDG goal, partnerships, that one is very key to us, because we noticed that we cannot be able to do this youth work by ourselves in as much as we are the voice of the youth. And so for me, this pre-conference is very key, because everything that we do, in every sector you are, I've seen somebody in climate action that I work with a lot, in every sector that you are, there's an SDG goal that you're trying to accomplish. Always. And that's why you are being told that, when you go even into interviews, you'll be told about, how does it relate? And so it's something that should be at the back of our minds when we are either, it's life underwater, it's climate action, it is decent work for the youth. All that we advocate for at the National Youth Council. So I'm looking forward to having discussions within the period that we are here as youth leaders, as youth. We are open to discussion, because everything that we are doing, again, is geared towards goal 1, no poverty, right? So everything that you're doing, you would want to reduce so that your life is better tomorrow. Your life, if it's climate action, you're making our environment better. If it is decent work, then our youth are having work that is not making them go into crime for them to get the money, and all that. If it's life underwater, if it's life on the land, there's something you are looking at. And in looking at it, the end goal is no poverty. We should be reducing it. So we have a few years to go, for the SDGs to probably end, from the time, for the time that it was stipulated. And leave no one behind policy is what we advocate for at the National Youth Council. So I'll be looking forward to having discussions. Let us open up, just have those discussions, and let us make this our activity. So thank you very much. I'm still here to the end. I will be still interacting. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Miss Juliet Owino. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Juliet, and we look forward to interacting with you more on the theme of the day. At this point, I would now like to welcome the State Department for Planning, which is represented by Joseph Kariuki and Razma Zami. Let's welcome them with a round of applause to make their remarks. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. All protocols observed. I'm Rasma Machupa from the State Department for Economic Planning under the SDGs Coordination Directorate. We are actually pleased and honored to be here, to be part of this youthful deliberation. We're actually trying to embrace the running call of the SDGs, whereby nobody should be left behind. So generally, I'll just give you a brief of what we do as a coordination and also what we've done since the adoption of the SDGs. So the State Department for Economic Planning has a unit under it named as the SDGs Coordination Directorate, which according to the Executive Order Number 1 of 2023, we are mandated to coordinate the implementation of SDGs in the country. And we're also in charge of ensuring that all the policies have actually mainstreamed SDGs in their policies and plans, and also in terms of budgeting, all the SDGs is actually mainstreamed, and also we are also in charge of tracking and reporting on SDGs. In terms of tracking and reporting, we actually, each year we also take part in the, we can also take part in the HLPF, whereby it's the high-level political forum, whereby we represent our status of the country. So generally, we've actually completed 2. We did the first one in 2017 and the second one in 2020, and we are yet to do a third one in 2024. So just a brief, the SDGs were adopted in September 15, 2015, as a universal call for people, planet, and prosperity. The goals are 17, and they're actually interlinked. And since the adoption, us as Kenya, we've actually achieved several milestones, whereby we've been able to develop a stakeholder engagement framework, whereby it marks the types of stakeholders we have on board, and also we bring them on board to ensure that we also take the SDGs to greater heights. And also we've developed a roadmap for the SDGs implementation, which was developed in 2016. And also in terms of advocacy and awareness creation, we've actually capacity built several counties and also the fellow economists in the State Department. Also, in terms of the achievements, we are actually looking forward, like in terms of the youth engagements, whatever we'll discuss here, we'll actually represent it to the major. We have a conference in December, usually held the conference annually. So the deliberations we have will also represent it to the various stakeholders, because the State Department for Economic Planning, we work in collaboration with an interagency technical working committee, which has a representation from this county government, from the civil society, the private sector. We have the UN and the Parliamentary Caucus on Business on SDGs. So whatever we discuss here today will actually represent it to the bigger committee for their views and implementation. Also, in terms of also in the implementation, we've actually made progress in terms of implementation of the goals, but you also know we had COVID, we had Ukraine war, all that reversed the gains we had made previously. So currently, we are trying to think of a better way on how to ensure that by 2030, all these goals have been met. So I'll kindly ask my colleague, Joseph, to come forward and also make one or two remarks. Thank you, and we are happy to be here as the State Department for Planning.
Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Kariuki. I'm an economist at the SDGs Coordination Directorate. My employer is State Department for Economic Planning. And like she has said, SDGs are government-led, but we don't work alone. Partnership for the goal, number 17. It is talking about bringing all the stakeholders together so that we can move as one. We usually use what we call the whole of government approach when it comes to the SDGs. Our work is to coordinate the implementation. But we don't implement. But we have the private sector implementing, government agencies. For instance, if you talk of goal number 1, about no poverty, which ministry who can tell us which ministry is handling that? You don't know government ministries? About hunger? Wewe nani wanakuza chakula? You have the State Department for Agriculture, State Department for Livestock. We have so many people going aloud. Okay, if you check the goal 1, it's like everybody is praying something to do with goal 1. Even if you go to Minister of Energy, either directly or indirectly, they are also contributing to goal 1. All of us, we work towards eradication of poverty. Therefore, what we have done as a ministry, we have come up with a mapping of our stakeholders. So we know, for instance, if it is energy, we know that the Ministry of Energy is the one that is leading implementation of that goal. When it comes to education, we know the Ministry of Education is the one that is the lead. When it comes to health, we have the Ministry of Health. When it comes to water and sanitation, which ministry? Ministry of Water and Sanitation. So we have the mapping that have helped us to know, even to track the implementation. SDG is part of life. This is what we do on a normal day. It's not anything different. And actually, if you come for any job interview in government, they actually, for the economist, they will ask you something on SDGs. That's one is a sure bet. If you are looking for a job maybe in government, SDGs is part of it. Because either you have done engineering, or you have done nursing, or you have done anything, education. All of them are contributing to the SDGs. And I think maybe at this point, it is even important to start thinking on how we can make SDGs a common unit for all the tertiary university or tertiary levels. Yeah? So that even if someone is doing criminology, and inside criminology there is some aspect of SDGs. Yep, the SDG 16 equal. Yes. So it's high time that we embrace the SDGs. It's quite sometimes unfortunate that we have graduates that are not aware about the SDGs. We have interns that comes to our office and even our touchies. And sometimes when they come, the first thing we ask them is, tell us a brief of SDGs. What do you know about the SDGs? Sometimes it's hard for them to say what the SDG stands for. And those are graduates. Sasa kama hawa hawajui na mama boga huko chini. So sisi kama youths, we are the champions. We are the people that understand these things. And we can be able even to cascade them downwards, even to our parents, those people in the village. You know, this dialogue is supposed to inform the strategies. Like Lasma has said, we always have the SDGs Multistakeholder Conference that comes allowed December. This year it has been scheduled for 12th, if nothing changes. We need now the deliberations out of this conference should now go into the main conference. We want them to know, as youths, what is our position in SDGs? We have a lot of potential in us, but is that potential fully exploited? Youths have got a lot of energy. We are the people that now, although they tell us we are the leaders of tomorrow, we should counsel that. Now we should be the leaders of today and we initiate change. We are the innovators. We are the people that we adapt quick to technological advancement. We have the energy to grasp new ideas. Now we are talking about the midpoint. SDGs were adopted in 2015. Now we are in 2023. So we only have 7 years. Where are we? We have not seen the youth being actively engaged in this process. Now that we are now moving at a supersonic speed, because now we are with only 7 years, we need to achieve the SDGs. We need your effort as youths. It's the time now we say, let us now employ our full force and see whether you can be able to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Therefore, I'm so happy that this conference is here, and this forum will be very much helpful even to deliberate on the recommendations that we need to give our seniors there, so that any time they engage in any SDG activities, let the youths be part of that conversation. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for the State Department for Planning. Thank you for the comprehensive outlook on the SDGs and what the State Department for Planning does and the ministry in general. And we look forward to engaging with you during this activity today so that we can learn from each other and also share what the young people want as far as the SDGs are concerned. So at this point, I know, mnaona kama tunaanza kwa serious hivi. Should we lighten up kidogo? So we can have one of our performances from our local artist. How many of you know Wangui Kimani? Today is the day when you get to experience talent. So I'd like you to help me welcome Wangui Kimani so that she can give us a performance. A round of applause for Wangui Kimani. Karibu sana Wangui.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Wangui Kimani. Kindly turn to your neighbor. Hope you all have neighbors. Turn to your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, what do you do what you do? Why do you do what you do? Sorry. If you're alone, ask yourself, why do I do what I do? Make them uncomfortable, kindly. Ask them, why do you do what you do? Again, if you're alone, just ask yourself, why do I do what I do? I hope you have a reason. I'll be addressing, thank you. You will answer later. If you've not answered, you'll answer later. I'll be addressing SDG 13, which is what? Thank you, climate action. Our land's diet is not plastic. Then why? Why do you eat your chipomuitu, then drop your plastic and walk away with a plastic smile after dropping your garbage on this land that cannot speak for itself? Why? Why do you allow your kids to unwrap their sweets and drop their wrappings? Why? Why do we keep feeding our land with too much toxins, then expect to have a healthy relationship? Why? Why do we put so much in its mouth and watch it choke? Why? Why do we step on its neck, then watch it gasp for air? Why? Why is mental health so important to us, but we keep stressing our land? How do you expect to find peace when all you're creating is chaos? How do you expect to heal when you're hurting the healer? Our land is at our mercy, and all we are doing is taking out our phones and recording the last moments of its existence. Why do you do all this? Ask your neighbor again, why? Ask them why. I can't hear you guys asking your neighbors why. Why? Garbage in is now outing on us. Blood is oozing from the trees that we cut. Cut! This is not a movie. We need action. Imagine a land or towns and cities, but with no monkeys chattering. Masai Mara, Serengeti, full of skulls and degradation, the blue economy disappearing in the blues. Climate is changing, and this is not a trend. We are treading on a minefield, and there's nothing left to mine but ourselves. We have consumed our land, and it's now consuming us. Stampedes left, right, and center as we are trying to run for solutions. Imagine. Ask your neighbor again, why? Why do you do the things that you do? You guys are not asking your neighbors why. Why do you do the things that you do? 85% of the world's population has been affected by climate change effects. And trust me, you're among the statistics. Oma, tutikahujie mayara fuhuaini turiarefi. Let's be more intentional about the things that we preach. Let's not be among the lot that write poems, write songs, attend such conferences, and then sit back and wait for change. Ask your neighbor again, why? What do you do to make this world a better place? Do you plant trees? Do you save water? Do you recycle? Ama kazi ni kutupa takataka. Sikiza. Nataka tusitupe takataka. Na tukizitupa nataka tuzitupe kwenye taka. Nataka miti tusikate. Nataka burayure. Memere. Global warming ndega tuhade. Miti tuhade. Na greener pastures tupate. Wangoi Kimani.
A big round of applause for Wangoi. What a presentation. What a performance. I told you we have talent in the room. Nabado. At this point, I'd like to recognize those who are in the room. So I'm going to call out the name of your group, and then you can raise your hands so that we can see who we have in the room. So we have youth from the African Leadership University. There she is. We have AIFEI. I'm not sure the full meaning of it. AIFEI. Who's that? Not yet here. And then we have the AMREF International University. AMREF International University. No one has arrived yet. Art Affair for Development Goals. Haven't arrived yet. Art Space 254 Youth Organization. There they are. Badili Africa. There she is. Bidvest Dream PLG Youth Group. Okay. Champions for SDGs Youth, we already saw them earlier. Climate governance movement. There he is. Community Voices Network. There they are. Karibuni sana. Cooperative University of Kenya. No one yet. Earth Guidance Alliance. Earth Guidance Alliance. Elimisha Charity Campaign. Elimisha Charity Campaign. Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa. There they are. Na mmekaa pamoja hapo, mtanetoa kaje? You need to spread out. Come this side. And then Fawe Kenya. Not yet here. FST/UNCSA. Global Peace Foundation Kenya. It is great to see you, the Global Peace Foundation Kenya. I can see the country director over there. So probably we could give him a moment after I finish recognizing those we have here to say something. Okay. Indigenous Information Network. International Relations Students Association of Kenya. There you are. Also that. JQuat. JQuat. Kajiado Youth Wash Parliament. Kenya Inter-University Environmental Students Association. There you are. Even you need to spread out. You cannot sit together like that. It's also an opportunity for you to share and learn from other youth. Kenya Model United Nations. There. Kenya Water Institute. Kiambu County Empowerment Network. There he is. Mount Kenya University. And there you are. Again. Yeah. Zalendo Trusts, National Youth Council. Let's clap for them. Nyambera Farm. Pioneer International University. Siogope. Okay. Are you also from Pioneer International University Environmental Club? Okay. Polycom Development Program. There you are. Renaissance Planning Limited. SDGs Kenya Forum team. SDGs Kenya Forum. They are one of our partners in organizing this activity. St. Paul's University. State Department for Planning. Let's clap for them. The Strathmore University. Again, there she is. Technical University of Kenya. There they are. The fundraisers. The fundraisers. Okay. The President's Fellows. If you are a President's Fellow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good to see you. Good to see you. The President's Fellowship is a fellowship by the Global Peace Foundation, and I know the country director might mention something about it. UNESCO Youth Forum Kenya. There they are. And then the University of Nairobi. The University of Nairobi. Yeah, you're the ones who are many, I know. And then we have the University of Nairobi Chemistry Students Association. That's still under University of Nairobi. We had already recognized the University of Nairobi Students Association. But still, if you're there, you can. Thank you so much. Let's clap for them. They're one of our partners in organizing this event today. And then we have VSO Kenya. VSO Kenya? There they are. We have the Yali Alumni Chapter of Kenya. Yali Alumni Chapter of Kenya? Any members of the Yali Alumni Chapter? Raise your hands so that I can see you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. And then Young O. Young O. Mr. Harrison, you around? No. Okay. So those are the different youth organizations and institutions who signed up to participate in this activity. But we believe more of them will be arriving even as the day goes by. So before we proceed to the next part of the program, I just want to invite the country director of the Global Peace Foundation Kenya to come and say a word or two about youth and SDGs, and also maybe share something about what you do. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi. You know, let me just say this, even as you come on stage. I did not expect that he would be interested in coming to this event, but I'm so honored to see that he could create time out of his schedule to come and also share some wisdom with us. So, karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, I didn't expect to speak. I just came to also listen. So I'm honored. My name is Daniel Juma Omondi. I am the country director of Global Peace Foundation in Kenya, and I'm really happy to be with you. They say it's my youths for SDGs, right? Yeah, so one day, I mean, there was time I was young. I used to be young. I used to enjoy my youth. And I'm sure you guys are enjoying your youth, yes or no? You're enjoying being young, right? And as you do that, I just want you to know that youth is basically transient. So every day, every hour, you grow older. Every hour, you grow older than you are. But as you do that, all we want you to do at Global Peace Foundation is that every day is an opportunity for you to show up a better version of yourself tomorrow. So we want you to show up a better version of yourself tomorrow. So today you are good, tomorrow you should be better, and after that you should be best. So we are the Global Peace Foundation. We are international. We have more than 20 chapters around the world. And we believe that peace is not just absence of war. Peace is structural. And that all of us, wherever we are, you know, whether we are from Europe, Africa, whether you're a Muslim or a Christian, you know, or whichever religion, you know, whichever economic status, we say at Global Peace Foundation that we are one family under God. We are one family. We are the same. So we believe in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that everyone is equal. And we do not tolerate any form of discrimination in the kind of work that we do. So in Kenya, we are privileged to work in especially 4 areas. We work in the area of peace building. Every year, maybe you hear, whenever we have elections, we usually work with various stakeholders, especially Kenya Private Sector Alliance, NCIC, to say that uchaguzi iwe bila noma. So we do that every year because Kenyans have a penchant for getting excited whenever we have elections. That's one of the things that we do. We also have a youth department, and we have Beryl here, who is just right, Beryl. She's in charge of our youth department, and she's also a young lady, and she's in charge of the President's Fellowship. We like working with the youth. We are a youth-serving organization, so that's why I had to come. We also have a department that deals with the environment. So we are really heavily involved in tree growing, and we have a program called A Million Trees, where every year we purpose to plant, more than 1 million trees, and this is to support the government's efforts to be able to do more than 15 billion trees by the year 2030. The last one is education, which is the most important, because we believe that education, Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change the world. Without education, we are nowhere. Actually, education, as they say, is an equalizer, and you've heard this several times. Barack Obama became the president of the United States, the biggest economy in the world, because he was one of the most educated politicians in America. And I believe that the youths who are here, have an opportunity, you have an equal opportunity to become the president of not just Kenya, but Australia, US, UK, yes or no? All of you, right? You have that equal opportunity. So what God does is gives us, all of us, an equal opportunity. We breathe the same air. We attend almost the same education. We have the same opportunities. And we have no excuse to not succeed. So like Eliud Kipchoge say that no human is limited. And we said at the Global Peace Foundation that you are your own limitation, that you can achieve everything that you set out to be able to achieve. So in terms of SDGs, we really are covering almost all the SDGs, but especially SDG 16, which is peace, justice and strong institutions. We believe in strong institutions. Then there's also SDG number 17, which is partnerships. And that's why we work in partnership with various organizations, with the government of Kenya, with the UN. Next year, we will hold one of the biggest global peace leadership conference in Africa. We want to do it from the 25th to 27th at the UN. So we are working on that, and we invite you, all of you who are here, we want to work with you. We encourage you to participate in that conference. The theme of that conference is about the Africa Renaissance. The Africa Renaissance. How can Africa? They always say that Africa is the youngest continent in the world. Actually, the other continents are already aging, but Africa, the mean age of Africa is 19 years. Basically you. So we should be talking about Africa leading the world. In future, like our president says, right now many people are struggling to go to Europe and all those countries. But in future, they'll be struggling to come back to Africa. Yes or no? They'll be struggling to come back to Africa. And that will largely depend on what you do. So as we approach the year 2050, in the year 2050, most of us, I'm sure you guys will be alive. Some of us will not be alive by then. But the year 2050 will be led by young people. That is you. You are seated here. You will be the ones who will be controlling the economy. You will be the presidents. You will be the cabinet secretaries. You will be the United Nations, SDGs, and all that. So that's why everything that we do right now, we are focusing on the year 2050, and especially in the Global South. It is time for the global south to lead. The global north has led, but the global north has its challenges. But the global south, and Africa being one of the main players in the global south, must get ready to lead. You know, Africa has the opportunity, you know, to lead, and we must take that opportunity. And we are lucky today in Kenya. We have a president that is passionate about Pan-Africanism, passionate about the Africa Renaissance. He's trying to open doors. He's even talking about getting rid of visas for other countries to be able to come here to Kenya. So I really want to congratulate all of you here today that it is your time and that at least you're doing something. You're not seated at home, you are doing something to solve the problems that we have today. Other people are waiting for others to come and do it. But in terms of plastics, environment, leadership, governance, you are doing something today. The reason why you're alive today, at this time and age, you're alive here because God expects you to be doing something right now. I know other people are waiting. I remember, you know, when the issue of Shakahola came, right? There are people who are waiting to die. They were just starving to die because they have given up. They have given up hope. So somebody convinced them that you should go and starve and fast so that you go to heaven. Just imagine. Just imagine, right? So you have given up, so you're just waiting to die. But I'm happy that you and me and all the others doing something are not dying, right? That we are doing something, you know, to solve the problems of the world today. Why? Because we are living here today. There were times when other people were living. People like Martin Luther King, they were living and they were solving the problems of America at that time. Nelson Mandela was alive and was solving the apartheid issues in South Africa at that time. At the time of Jesus, Jesus was alive and he was solving the problems at that time, right? Muhammad for Muslims, right? He was solving the problems at that time. Today, you are here today because it is your responsibility, it's your chance to lead and solve the problems of the world today. So thank you so much. We at the Global Peace Foundation look forward to working with you. Our website is globalpeace.org. Reach out to us. Let's see how we can work together and be able to collaborate in honor of our SDGs. And I thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I look forward to further collaboration. Thank you so much. This is the time you clap for me.
A big round of applause again for him, for agreeing to share impromptu on his experiences and also what they do. We truly appreciate that. So I'd like to move on to the next part of the program, but even as we do so, I would just like to request someone at the back there to assist me to check whether we are ready to go for a break. But as we wait for that feedback, I'd like to find out something. All right, thank you so much. So let me engage you in an activity that will usher us into our tea break. Who can tell me our hashtag today? What is our hashtag? My youth, na SDGs. Where did you read that? You read here? I thought you read it on your t-shirts, which you are not wearing. The purpose of that t-shirt is this event. It would be nice if you, when you go to break, you can wear that T-shirt and then you'll all be looking lovely, isn't it? Yeah, but for now, I would like us to take a moment and, about this, should we do it now? I think we should take a selfie after we're in our T-shirts, because if we take it now, but I can still share the information that as you share about this conference on social media, make sure you use the hashtag #MyYouthNaSDGs. And then you tag all those friends whom you've seen within the room and those without the room whom you think are doing a great job contributing to the SDGs. And that way we will make sure that our colleagues who did not make it here will get to learn something about what the SDGs are, nakamas in our husu. Sindio? You remember that exercise on SDGs in English and Swahili? Huh? That is also something you can treat. You can write something in Swahili. Today I've learned this. Yeah, so you get an interesting message or something that you've picked from the speakers whom we've had since morning. I know we've already learned one or two things, and you'll allow me, I may have ambushed you, but I'll come to you with the mic, and then I'll just request you for a highlight of what you think you've learned so far. Sindio, there's been quite a lot, but I know you can mention one thing that you have learned, isn't it? Is there someone who is afraid of saying something? And maybe you can tell us who you are. This is your opportunity to also introduce yourself, but do not take a lot of time. I just want to give you a minute so that you also allow other people to get a chance to speak. We don't want this to be like we are giving, we are imposing something on you. This is a youth event, and we also want to hear from the youth in the room. So I'm here with you. I would like you to introduce yourself. When I called the organization, you hadn't arrived, but you can introduce yourself. And also, have you listened to any of the presentation? So are you able to say something that you've learned?
I can speak about the event that the presenter that I found speaking.
Yeah. So just one thing that you learned. If possible, 30 seconds. Please be brief. We want to hear a couple of views from all of us. A brief introduction of yourself and one thing that you learned so far.
Good morning. My name is Leah Adhiambo. I come from the Fundraisers UK. We deal with fundraising in resource mobilization. And I work with also girls, adolescent girls on SRH. And the youths, especially at the refugees camp, we are trying to empower women there so that they may be able to take care of their girls in terms of their basic needs and education. So I know I've worked in late, but I've found a presenter from Peace Global, and I'm glad that he's speaking of inclusion of youths in their project. And the event that is upcoming, that he's just mentioned about Peace, Africa Peaceful event at the UN the next year. I would only like to hear which month is it so that we can come together as the youth, because these are the platforms that we are investing in. So thank you, Arnold and the SDGs youth, for involving me in this platform. Thank you.
So Leah had sent me a message a long time ago asking when will this event be so that she can come. So I'm glad to see that you were able to make it here. Who can go next? I see the one who is hiding is the one I want. Please tell us your name and where you're from, and maybe one thing that you've learned. Just tell us your name and maybe where you come from.
Hi, my name is Radhia Abdallah. I'm from Technical University of Kenya.
Let's clap for her. Thank you for making some time to join us today. And we hope that you find this session helpful. You know, I would love to see you in some years from now and see you there in front addressing a multitude of people. And I know you can do it. It's just a matter of time and practice, right? I'm here with you. 30 seconds.
Hi, my name is Halima Abdikadir. I work with Indigenous Information Network, and we actually do almost all the SDGs. I came in late, and I've managed to learn that it is funny because nilikuwa najua, what was it called? No, the maji something. Life below water. I've learned that in Swahili, but in a different way. It's not that the way I was thinking it is. And I'm glad to be here and see all the faces. Thank you.
Let's clap for Halima. Who do we have here? Who do we have here? Who do we have here? I'm coming to you.
From the last speaker, there's something that he mentioned. My name is Vincent Muinde. I work with the Polycom Development Project. So from the last speaker, there's something that he mentioned that was really important, that we are youth and time flies. So we really need to take opportunities. We need to take the opportunities that we have at hand to be able to take charge of our own future, because we are the leaders of today, not tomorrow.
Let's clap for him. We continue. I see the mic is going on, off and on. Even as we continue, we can continue engaging on social media as well. The hashtag is MyYouthMySDGs. Thank you. Thank you for that. So,
regarding the conference we have next year, it's from 25th to 27th of June at the UN. And also, I didn't really recognize the President's Fellows. These are is one of our premier youth mentorship program. We call them the President's Fellows because we want you to be mentored by the best. You know, whether you are president of a company and we want you to know that one day you will be a president, not just of a country, a company, or all that. So the President's Fellows, please be proud of yourself, and I invite all of you to take part in future President's Fellows program. Thank you.
So even as you hand over the microphone, I'd like to ask you a question. How would you advise young people in the room to engage in SDGs implementation and review? Specifically in how would they contribute to the implementation, And also, how could they effectively contribute to the review of the SDGs briefly?
Basically, number one, you have to understand the SDGs. All of you have to understand all the SDGs, what they are about, and everything that you do, try to allocate yourself within which part of SDGs are you solving. So once you understand that, so you know that if you're planting trees, for example, you are solving SDG number 13. If you are involved in education, that is SDG 4. If you are involved in poverty reduction, if you are doing partnerships, SDG 17. So everything that we do, is about SDGs, actually. So there's really nothing, it's not brain surgery. It's everything that you do, whether you're in the home, solving an issue, having an innovation that can create employment, that can solve the problems around you. So once you do that, whatever you're doing, just do not think that you are actually part of the SDGs. And you just need to show up, into conferences like this, work with the organizations like UNSA, attend these conferences and be able to tell the world what you're doing. That is my response. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to get five more responses, and I would like all of you to give a recommendation on how you would wish to be engaged. Now I just want to speak to the youth in the room. So I'm right here with you. Could you tell us your name, your organization, and how do you wish to see young people engaged in SDGs implementation and review?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mwangi James Kithenji. I'm a student here at the University of Nairobi, Chiromo campus. I'm also from the Kenya Inter-University Environmental Students Association, that is KIWESA. And lastly, I'm the chairperson of the Chiromo Environmental Awareness Club. So pertaining our involvement in pushing forward this agenda of sustainability, I love to see a platform whereby youths are empowered, youths are involved in decision making, because we have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of energy. What we lack is sometimes it's the capital, the platforms, and sometimes also the mentorship. So if we could get that place for capacity building, for mentorship, and such a view, I'm sure we will be able to progress forward in the right way.
So also, let's hear from you. Please tell us your name, your organization, and how do you think young people should better be engaged in SDGs implementation and review? Now that you've known what the SDGs are and you've known what they are about.
My name is Marilyn Ekea from Community Voices Network. And personally, how I would love the youth, how I would love the youth to be involved in the SDGs implementation is that as a country, yes, we are here today, but many of the youths out there really don't have this information. Some of them do not even understand that there are things called SDGs. And I would really love if the youths will come together and partner so that we can raise awareness on SDGs and actually the youth can be empowered and they can all be told to join in the march so that by 2030 this is actually implemented, and the biggest achievement would be that the youths are the ones who spearheaded this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her. So I know that you speak to people using a different language, sign language, and in the context of SDGs and how we communicate them. How do you think we could better engage the youth in implementing the goals?
Good morning. My name is Enoch Momanyi. I'm a sign language interpreter and a teacher by profession. So in the line of sign language, it is interesting that in one way or the other, we are engaged in the implementation of the SDGs, especially to people that are having hearing impairment. Because most of the information that they get, as much as they get it from the internet, when it comes to communication, sign language is a key factor. And through that, things like eradication of poverty, quality education, among them, are things that these people with the hearing impairment, they benefit from the sign language. Now, about the youth, probably the best way, most of them don't know about the different disabilities that we have. And knowing about the disabilities, it will help to involve those people with disabilities in this journey of SDG, because there are so many disabilities, and once you know about them, their needs, and so on, I think we can help to involve those people with disability, to involve them in this journey of ours. So, and probably what I've learned, it is our time as the youth. So all of us, none is supposed to sit back and wait for their time. This is our time. We should all stand and at least make the 2030 journey a success. Thank you.
I'd also like to request you, could you just mention the different types of disabilities that we have? You know, leaving no one behind is one of the key principles of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. And that informs why we found the necessity to call you guys to come and do the sign language, so that in case we have people with disability, the information can also get to them. So which other types of disabilities could you just mention?
So we're having so many types of disabilities. I might not mention all of them, but let me go through some of them. So the first one, where we belong, is people with hearing impairment. They are in two categories. We have the ones who are deaf and the ones that are hard of hearing. The ones who are deaf are the ones that cannot benefit from voice communication, but the ones who are hard of hearing, some of them have the hearing aids, and they can benefit from the one-on-one talk. The other group is people with visual impairment. They are categorized into two. So we have the blind, those ones that cannot see, and then number two, we have the ones with low vision. So some of them, you'll see them walking with white canes. So those are the ones that are in the low vision. Then we have the other group is albinism, the ones that we call albinism. I think you know the ones that I'm referring to. Then we have the others who are having cerebral palsy. Then we have Down syndrome, short stature. There are a number of them. Then we have mental conditions. So you can have someone in this room. We have amputees, the ones who are missing some of the body parts. Maybe they've been cut off for one reason or the other. Those ones are also in the group of people with disability. So there are a number of them, depending. I think most of you have interacted with one form of disability or the other. So we are majorly in the hearing disability. Maybe you have someone who is having albinism, you're having someone who is having CP, you're having someone who is having visual impairment. So we can involve them in this journey, because some of them, especially in those marginalized areas, some of them don't get access to information. Some of them don't get access to education, which is the things that we are talking about in the SDGs. So wherever that you are coming from, especially in our villages, that is where we are having a big problem. I think you can create awareness to those parents, because some of them lock those children away from the rest of the world. So through that, they are dragging our journey behind, because without those learners, we are not going anywhere. One of the speakers talked about we are in the youngest continent. And most of those people, especially, they are the youth. So if we bring them on board, I think we can go far.
Let's clap for him. Thank you so much. So I'm going to take two more. And then we move on to the next part of the program. I see you are looking at the phone, but it's your opportunity now to, just very briefly, who are you and where are you from? And how do you wish young people to be engaged in SDGs processes? 30 seconds.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Rutere Njeru, across all social platforms. The reason I'm insisting on social platforms, I am a social media manager. I'm also a marketing executive with a few companies. I happen to be a president fellow and a Global Peace Foundation. I am a friend to Arnold, that's why he a bit pushes me. I am an environmentalist and a peace ambassador. So I'm looking at SDGs in a way that everyone is supposed to identify something they can do. And in looking at all the SDGs across all of them, at least you identify 2 or 3, and at the end of the day, you find that they are all connected and you're working towards all the 17 goals without having to directly deal with them. I was excited to hear about National Youth Council because I volunteered with them last year to be able to draft a policy for the youth for Embu County, and they are doing a great job. But I would also pose a question on how far are we with whatever policies that we are pushing forward as young people. So my call to action is that we as youth have a role to play, and let us all look for something we can do. May it be in peace, environment, or any other thing. Thank you.
Let's give him a clap. So let's also hear from you, and then one more person on social media, and then we wrap up on that segment.
Right, thank you very much. I am Atieno Nyango Merimase. I'm from Art Space 254 Youth Organization. This is an art group which uses art to advocate for climate and social advocacy. Being here has been a great honor. We venture much into SDG 13, 14, and 15. But then when I get here, I'm sure that I'm going to learn much about these other SDGs. I know very little about them, but I'm very certain that we're going to learn much about them. Another thing to add is that we do say that we as the youths have the capability to change the world. But then we are like, we need a platform to do that. We need finances to do that. But then we can still get out here and do what we are capable of doing without these things. We can still push for these things just by a little step that you can make, just by ensuring that your classroom is clean. We don't litter our classroom. You're doing something. Just by ensuring that the tree grown in your compound, in your school compound, is well taken care of. You're doing something. Just by ensuring that your classmates, your friends, take care of their environment, you're doing something. And we should not wait for people to approach us as youths to get involved in what is happening around us. Let us take the initiatives. Let us write the proposals that we can write and get into action. Do what we can do. Let's take a step at a time and push for a better world. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. Lastly, I just want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and say something about how your work relates to the SDGs and how youth can be involved, very briefly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tayo Kituzi.
I'm from the Kenya Model United Nations, but I'm also finally a student at JQuat. And what personally, together with my friends, we've been able to do on the SDGs is our focus is mostly SDG 7 and SDG 13 because that's in line with our course. So after the attachment, we were able to see the gaps between our school and the workplace. So we decided to go and form a club, the first energy club in JQuat. And through the energy club that we formed, we were able to advocate for environmental conservation and also practically also SDG 7, that is clean and affordable energy. So we were able to secure funding from the student energy, and we were able to put up a solar electrification project at Gashororo Primary. Yeah, so I think my takeaway, or rather what I would like to encourage you all, is that you have the power and you can be able to do it. Especially if you're still in school, it's so much easier because it is the best platform to start and to also network. And also to Mr. Omonde, we've been asked how do we want to be involved in the implementation. I'm already involved in the implementation, but why not? Why not? Because I'm finishing school in, let me say, 3 weeks' time. Why not volunteer at Global Biz coming January? Thank you.
Let's clap for her again. Let me also give an opportunity to some of our colleagues. I know they are going to introduce themselves a bit later on, but I just want you to mention your name and your organization and the organization you present, or your name and your specialty, depending on how you would wish us to get it. Mr. Fred.
Well, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Fred Tunya. I'm the current chairperson for YALI, Young Africans Leaders Initiative, the Kenya chapter. Thank you.
We can also have you.
Good morning. I'm Ezra Yego, an Innovation Fund Manager with the GSMA Mobile for Development Foundation.
Thank you so much. Most welcome. We'll have, let's have one more and then.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christabel Netondo. I'm a youth programs consultant and also a partner for youth engagement at MasterCard Foundation.
Great. So those are some of our colleagues who are going to take us through an upcoming panel discussion. I just wanted to recognize that they are around. You have a question? No, don't worry about it. We'll get to hear more. We'll get a chance to share more during the open session that is scheduled for later on. So I'm told that our tea is almost set, and as soon as we get that notification, we are going to head out and take a little break, and then come back for the next session. So I would like to request us to take this moment to go on to our social platforms again and check this hashtag, check who has tweeted, check what message can you reshare, or what message can you post from the engagement that we've had so far. So we can do that exercise for the next 5 minutes. And then after that, we are going to proceed for tea break. And then we come back for the next session. So please take a moment to take a selfie, take a photo, and engage online and share with some of our colleagues who did not manage to share. And also, this event is live on Facebook, so you could also share the link. If you don't know how to get it, just go to the email that you received inviting you to this event, and then there is a link there. Or you can still go to Facebook and open Champions for SDGs Youth, and then you'll see that live stream. Click on share, and then you copy the link, and then you can share with whoever you wish should also join the conversation today. So let's take those about 4 minutes to engage online and also get to hear what is your neighbor doing and what is their name if you don't know it. And I'll notify you in a short while so that we go on a break. That's good? That is okay? Is that okay? I lost you. Did I lose you? All right, so I'll notify you in a short while so that we can proceed for our break. Na mmenyamaza, kwani hamnetoa kama mnajuana? Mmekaa vile mnajuana hadi sasa hamuoni kitu ya kuongea. Muulize hata umeonaje hizo SDGs? If there is some music, we can have it. Let's have the panel discussion now. And then after that, I believe Chi would be ready, and then we can proceed. So I'd like to invite on stage Christabel, who is going to be our moderator for this discussion. And then we'll come back to a small presentation by the... Don't worry, we have some entertainments planned for you. Kijana mtanashati is in the room. So, Christabel, are you there? Oh, sorry. Christabel, please come to the front, and I'll give you the liberty to invite our panelists. Let's welcome Christabel with claps. Christabel is going to introduce herself and also welcome our panelists.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. It's morning. Yeah. Thanks for creating the time to join us this morning for this important conversation on sustainable development goals. By way of introduction, my name is Christabel Netondo. I am a youth programs consultant. I provide services in design and implementation of youth programs. Currently, I work with the MasterCard Foundation as a partner for youth engagement. And I'm excited to be moderating this session with a very amazing and resourceful panel that I'll be introducing in a few. So first of all, I'd like to introduce our first panel. Our first panelist, Miss Juliet Owino, to the stage. We also have Fred Tunya. I'd like to introduce him to the stage. Ezra Yego and Sofina Merino. They'll tell us more about what they do, where they're from, once they're on stage. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we can get started. So I'll give them an opportunity to briefly tell us where you're from and what you do.
Thank you. Again, good morning, and thank you so much to Netodo. My name is Fred Tunya. Introduced myself a couple of minutes ago. I'm the current chairperson for YALI, Yali Regional Leadership Center, the Kenya chapter. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, again. My name is Juliet Owino from the National Youth Council. I'm from the Research and Policy Department, but today I'm here to represent my CEO, Madam Margaret Kiogora. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Ezra Yego. I work at the GSMA Mobile for Development Foundation, serving as an innovation fund manager. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you today? Can you just take a minute, turn to your neighbor and tell them it's about to go down? Now you better say it well. It's about to go down. Because we're going to share so much information, so much knowledge with all of you. And by way of introduction, my name is Sofina Merino. I'm a project management consultant, currently working with Impact Direct. Thank you.
Thanks, Sofina. Okay, we're going to get started. So we've heard from Ezra, we've heard from Julia, we've heard from Fred, we've also heard from Sofina. So when you talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, I understand we all come from different organizations. We are doing different tasks and responsibility. So I'd like to understand, and if you can share to the audience, how has your organization been contributing towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals? Yeah, so perhaps as you respond to that, you can start by telling us specifically which SDGs your organization advancing, and then you can share with us what role it's been playing.
All right.
Yeah.
So like I mentioned earlier, I work at Impact Direct, and Impact Direct is an international organization keen to see that local organizations in Africa actually are supported and get the starting capital to be able to formalize as institutions. So what we do is, number one, we identify an organization in the local community. And when I talk about an organization, not just any organization, what we do is, for example, you guys are students. So you could come from an area like Mathare, and you actually realize in Mathare, probably if we made, say, toys or balls from paper, that would serve a very key role in helping children have play material. So ideally, if you were to write a proposal like that, other funders will be like, you know, this idea doesn't feel brilliant enough, or it's not practical. But for us, we believe as long as you have a vision, we're able to come in and support you. So we identify such projects, and then we help you in organizational capacity building. We have a whole training session, which is what I'm in charge of, where we guide you how to create your budget, how to do monitoring and valuation, how to get your documentation right, how to pitch your idea, and all that. So after you've been able to do that, then we are able to come in now and actually fundraise together with you and give you the starting capital to be able to catapult your idea. So, to the question of what SDGs are we trying to solve? So I think the first one is the first one, no poverty. Yes, so I think for us, especially among, well, nowadays I say youth, men and women, because I think it's very important that in our conversations, we integrated the men too. So to everyone, we're able to come in and ensure that your economic, you're able to have economic sustainability and you're able to earn a livelihood with what you do. So the other thing we also look at in our programs is just being able to make sure that it's just not you as an individual, but I think I've had conversations with some of us and we're like, I'd like to rise up with my community. I'd like to rise up, and that's why we're here. I'd like to rise up with other fellow young people. So that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ezra, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So as I mentioned, I work with the GSMA Mobile for Development Foundation. GSMA is the industry association for the global telecommunication industry. So we unify the mobile ecosystem, bringing together the telco players. And what we do at the foundation is that because we're positioned at the intersection of the mobile ecosystem and the development sector, and so we stimulate digital innovation to deliver socioeconomic impact to the underserved. We focus on a number of thematic areas, which is around climate tech, agri-tech, financial inclusion, humanitarian assistance, digital utilities, and connected women. So I work in the Innovation Fund team, and what we do is we provide funding to early stage startups that are using mobile technology to solve socioeconomic issues. I think primarily the SDG that we're working to solve or to greatly contribute to is SDG 9 on industry, innovation, and infrastructure. But the beauty of the SDGs is that they are all interconnected. You cannot achieve, you cannot end poverty if you do not ensure that we have zero hunger. You cannot achieve, quality education if you cannot achieve decent work and economic growth if you do not achieve quality education. And so, through all our programs, we are directly contributing towards all the 17 SDGs through the various thematic areas. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ezra. We can hear from Julie.
Thank you very much. From the National Youth Council, this is now government after hearing from at least private sector. And for us at the National Youth Council, as I'd said earlier, our main mandate is advocacy, and advocacy in ensuring that youth are empowered. And how are they empowered? They're empowered to participate, to associate, and be represented in every forum. And so we do this by working with different partners, just to be sure that in all their programs, youth are represented and what is in it for the youth, so that when we have to advise government, then we can clearly say that this is what we're doing. We also work with different policy makers. In every policy that they're coming up with, we would want to know what is in it for the youth. Because again, if we do not do that, then it means that the advocacy bit, the empowerment that we want will not come, because these youth are supposed to be the ones, discussing their issues, as opposed to somebody else, coming there and discussing it on their behalf. Of course, we do this working with different organizations, and one of our functions actually is to regulate and coordinate, youth groups, youth serving organizations. And now this is what we do, just so that we know what the youth are doing, where they're doing it, is it decent? And so to the SDGs, I will say that National Youth Council cuts across. Because we're the voice of the youth, we would want to know that in ending poverty, what are you doing in the climate change sector? What are you doing in energy? What are you doing to be sure that there's decent work, and all that. And of course, partnership becomes the major goal that we can be able to use to achieve all this. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I think it's very important to acknowledge the work that these institutions are doing to raise more awareness about SDGs. And this, for sure, is not just a one-man show. It's a concerted effort. And most of these institutions here are working all together just to make sure that young people are very aware of these SDGs and critical work that need to be done. For us at YALI, the very important aspect of our work is around providing leadership to young people. And leadership for us means you are not just thinking about yourself, you're empowering young people to step out there and represent, or to be the voice that need to be heard across or in the room. More importantly, for us as YALI Kenya, like most panelists have said and shared with you, most of these SDGs interlink, or one cannot work without another. If you talk of clean energy, you can't talk about clean energy without talking about climate action. You can't talk about SDG number 16 on partnership of the goals without mentioning that indeed people need decent workplaces. People need to be alleviated from extreme poverty. Our focus again right now as a chapter is on climate action, where we are trying to provide awareness and of course advocacy and other community engagements, so that we can not only support the government and other international institutions in addressing climate change, but also we are trying as much as possible to be the very change that we need in our respective institutions and our local communities.
Thanks, Fred. Perhaps still on you, Fred, for someone who is in the room and doesn't know what YALI is, maybe you can give a bit of context.
Thank you. YALI in full stands for Young Africans Leaders Initiative. YALI is a signature project that was launched by former US President Barack Obama when he visited Africa and visited Kenya for the first time as the US President. Now, his dream was to invest in the next generation of young African leaders. And that is the way the name YALI came into being. So what happens is that YALI is segmented or divided into 4 regional training centers in Africa. You have the one for East Africa that brings about all 14 countries in East and Central Africa. And then you have one for West Africa that is training in Accra, Ghana. Then you have one for South Africa. And then, of course, you have another one in Senegal. So all this is happening to bring young people from across African continent into such a space like this one, so that they can go through thorough leadership training and then they can go back and impact their communities. But not only the 4 regional leadership centers, there's also the other YALI called the Mandela Washington Fellowship, where you apply for that program, you travel to the US for about a month or so, and then you're attached to an institution, and then that exchange program enables you to see the world differently, and you can come back to your community and give back. So that is a summary of who we are and what YALI is.
Thanks, Fred. So what I'm getting from our panelists, when you talk about the SDGs, all of them are from different organizations, but we can see how the SDGs are interconnected. You can't talk about one SDGs leaving the other. We can't talk about SDG 5, gender equality, advancing gender equality, and we miss out on SDG 11 on reducing inequalities. So you can see the interconnectedness, and even from them I'm learning that each organization has a role to play. If you're coming in as advocacy, if you're coming in as a funder, if you're coming in as an implementer. So even us as young people, we have a role to play with the skills that we might be having, with the resources that we might be having. So thanks for that. So let us go to the next segment. Given the different organizations we have, and this being 2023, we are talking about the midpoint of the SDGs since it was launched in 2015. We are now 7 years away to kind of calling it the end of the SDGs 2030. We don't know what might come in next, but I'm curious to just understand from the panelists and the different organizations that they come from, how has the organizations been contributing towards reviewing of the Sustainable Development Goals? For those organizations that have been reviewing, I'm curious to understand if there is any input on that in terms of reviewing the progress and the status. I can see, Sofina, you're nodding. Perhaps we can start with you.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think in terms of review as an organization, we are very keen on that, in the aspect of monitoring and evaluation. Because like I mentioned, we are very intentional on empowering people in the different organizations in the countries we work in. So the first thing that we're able to do, I think what would I say? There's how you can be able to measure, say for example, and I'll make this very simple. We talked about poverty. We talk about reduced inequalities, that's SDG 10. So you're able to go into community, identify a vision, and you speak to this young woman. I'll just give an example that we have. And they're able to tell you, there's a farm. We have access to a farm. We are lacking inputs, and we'd like you to give us funding to be able to get farm inputs. Because you've built my capacity, I'll be able to employ 20 women to be able to come and engage in the farm. So over the long term, these women are actually able to get their produce, and then you connect them to markets. Because what I forgot to mention is you also offer partnerships and connections to other organizations in the area. So they're able to access market, and from that, they're actually able to get money, and from that, the children can be able to go to school, and from that, the cycle keeps going on and on and on. So I think for us, well, it's simple, but impactful all the same. Just being able to review what we've set as our objectives, and being able to review them through our evaluation and monitoring process to ensure that is possible. But also, just looking on a community level, because that's really where we focus as an organization, but really seeing the linkage, now to the larger impact of the Sustainable Development Goals is being able, being on a platform like this and sharing what you do. Now, all of you are able to know about Impact Direct. And when I come to you, telling you I have some women in Kiambu and I'd like us to do XYZ, we can be able to work together on that. So that's the other thing we're able to do, create networks. I talked about funding. So we're partnering with some of the major donors and funders organizations, and just making sure even as we implement, we're able to look into all of these SDGs, and just ensuring it's done. And just to mention, Tunya is my chairperson at Yali. So yes,
nice.
all of you, if you haven't joined, I'd encourage you to join us. Thank you.
Thanks, Sophina.
I would talk briefly about what National Youth Council does in the review. In reviewing and just getting to amplify the youth voices, we are able to amplify what youth are doing. If you go to our social media pages, you'll be able to see that the youth who have been able to approach us, we're able to amplify their work. Why do we do this? This is supposed to let other people know probably what somebody else is doing, and this can be able to let them also know what contribution they can be able to make. At the same time, we work with different youth groups and organizations in whatever they're doing. If it is climate action, we are able just to know where they are, and this is amplified whenever we are having sessions with the rest of the youth, so that we are moving towards the end of this. We are also part of the working group that the State Department for Planning talked about, and they mentioned that they coordinate, the SDGs. And so every year we are able to know the contributions that have been done by probably now National Youth Council, the youth that we work with. There are different sectors, women, people with disability. We are able to know what contribution they've been able to make. And this definitely informs probably the next strategies that can be able to be taken to be sure that we are moving forward towards, implementing and even completion of the SDGs.
Thanks, Juliet, for that.
Yeah, sure, I can go next.
Okay. Thanks, Ezra.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the GSMA, we unify the mobile ecosystem globally. And, we see that mobile is integral to achieving the SDGs. Mobile is actually, one of the most integral things. You can imagine in your life a day without your mobile phone, or a week. can imagine how your life feels displaced. One, you can't access your bank, you can't reach your family. If you use it for, health services and etc. So, for us at GSMA, what we do is, we bring together the mobile ecosystem and we try to understand, what kind of impact are they having in the communities, not beyond CSR. I think as a mobile ecosystem, we've moved beyond corporate social responsibility and gone into sustainable business. And the trend that we are seeing is that for countries that have greater mobile connectivity, they are way on track to achieving the SDGs because of the power of digital and the power of the mobile phone. So now, we are strongly encouraging the operators, familiar names to you like Safaricom, Airtel, Vodafone, to really work in partnership with organizations, to really support governments, to support civil society, to be able to leverage on digital because we're in a new digital age, and to accelerate progress towards SDGs. We all know SDG 17 is more or less the anchor of all the goals.
Yeah.
And so for us, we actually, working towards, working with stakeholders to leverage on digital technology and, to connect organizations to leverage on digital. Yeah.
Thanks, Ezra. Finally, we can hear from Fred.
Yes, it's practical. And I mean, in short, we say it's logistically practical to say that this cannot happen without young people being at the center of review. And so most of this time when I'm asked about what YALI is doing in reviewing or implementation of the SDGs, I immediately run to the audience and ask them, what are you doing in your own capacity as a young person to participate in such review? Why? Because our centermost focus is on young people and what contribution young people are putting forward. But again, the same question lies on, are young people really interested in most of these forums where SDGs, where we review SDGs or we work on their implementation or we bring young people and other working groups together? So that is the major question always that we try to focus on when it comes to review. So ultimately, and the focus remains on how then can we involve young people? What are we doing to involve young people to participate hugely in review of the SDGs? How do we identify opportunities where SDGs are reviewed and then connect young people to such opportunities? Because at the end of the day, we are going to do a zero work if young people are not interested, and these conversations are happening in rooms where young people's interests are not represented, or at the same time, young people are not represented themselves to be part and parcel of such discussions. So it is very important, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk of review of SDGs, then institutions like YALI, who already have network of young people from across the region, how then can we connect young people to opportunities and to platforms where they can better understand these SDGs and how they can be part and parcel of meaningfully being engaged in implementation of the same.
Thanks, Fred. And I think that brings us to kind of the next section that Fred has kind of tapped on. But before that, I'd like to reiterate what our panelists have mentioned when it comes to reviewing of the Sustainable Development Goals. So there's the aspect of looking at it from a community and a national level. There's also the aspect of amplifying what young people are doing. And this is through the different actors that the young people are involved in. Also participating in different working groups. As young people, there are different committees you can be a part of. So how can you ensure that your contribution or your progress is also included in those forums or platforms? And then there's also the aspect of using technology and mobile to understand and track how different actors, especially in the humanitarian sectors, are working towards that. Thanks our panelists for that. And so on the aspect of involving young people, I'm kind of curious to also hear from our panelists before I go back to the audience, especially the young people, on how they would wish to see young people engaged as far as implementation and review of SDGs is concerned. How would they wish to see young people engaged as far as implementation and review of sustainable development goals is concerned?
Maybe I go first and just to summarize and ask the audience a question.
Yeah.
If we organize such a forum, would you want to attend? Would you? Would you? If Yali today organized a forum where we review the SDGs and involve you, would you want to attend? Like you have attended this one, right? So the voice in the room is that you want to be part of the change itself, right? That you want to be part of the narrative itself. So I think it is upon these institutions to involve you, meaningfully involve each other. And so I'll just summarize that by saying that young people are willing and ready. Now the task is for us to organize more of these forums and bring several partners on board so that young people can really be part and parcel of this process altogether. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
Let me first start off by reiterating that where we are today, young people are considered partners and key stakeholders towards achieving the SDGs. In 2021, during the multi-stakeholder engagement forum, this is the pre-conference towards that. Were a number of young people who are attending that, stakeholder forum, and we were very few. I think out of probably the 300 plus participants, who were only 5 young people, and we could see how the conversations were very. I don't know which word to use, but it was basically the old people, as young people would consider them, the ones who are talking. And, we sat down and we said, you know what, one of us is going to go back into that room that afternoon and in such a forum. The most critical thing about the multi-stakeholder forum that happens once a year is that not only are they reviewing progress towards that, but the State Department of Planning is understanding what is being done so that they can be able to advise the National Treasury and the government on how to plan for progress towards achieving the SDGs. And if the voices of young people are not being heard in this room, resources are not being allocated towards government initiatives that are meant to accelerate work that young people are doing around the SDGs, great work being done by the National Youth Council, was extremely essential. And we asked whether we could have such forums, such as this pre-conference, for young people to actually raise their voices. And I'd like to commend the SDG Kenya Forum for this being the second year that this is being done. So I'd like us, just to challenge you and to remind you that there's hope that young people are being considered as partners and stakeholders. But the journey does not end there. There's a lot of work that young people need to do. I think the first and most critical one is awareness. Kenya has a population of 50 million. Let's say about 30 million are young people. I don't think more than 5 million young Kenyans know about the SDGs. And because of how young people, with social media and all these platforms, we have that ability to be able to, take out this message. And I think it connected to my second point, that I think institutions of higher learning, academia really needs to find a way to integrate SDGs into their curriculum, particularly in high schools and more so in universities. This is something Strathmore has been able to do well, have the SDGs as part of their curriculum. I think particularly for public institutions, since they're able to reach much larger groups of young people. So I think, having SDGs into the curriculum really plays a critical role. The third thing is, as young people, it's not all all of you who will be able to go out there and run initiatives and run programs. Most of you will go into formal employment, but there's an opportunity for you to take in that knowledge and you know, your advocacy about, you know, what you've learned about the SDGs into the workforce. There's a young lady who, you know, through the knowledge that she gained at Strathmore, went and joined the DTB Bank as a management trainee. And she used that as an opportunity to try and challenge management to start a sustainability department at the bank. She's not an officer, she's just a management trainee, almost equivalent to an intern, but she managed to get such a huge bank to start adopting sustainability concepts into the bank, to be able to report on what they're doing towards achieving the SDGs. So I know most of you are going to graduate soon, go into formal employment, even if you're working in a startup. I'd challenge you, because the private sector plays a critical role also in, you know, accelerating progress towards SDGs, and so as a young person in that position, you can be able to do that. As I conclude, I think 3 important things is that, you know, we've already shown that we have a great value addition as young people. I think, you know, on our end, where we work in institutions of decision making, I think it's extremely important for us to, 1, support young people, support their initiatives, 2, identify the obstacles, you know, that are hindering meaningful youth engagement. Not just youth engagement, but meaningful youth engagement. And finally, provide resources. And as I conclude, I think we need, and this is a challenge to the National Youth Council, as I had mentioned that, you know, young people are already being considered as a stakeholder, as a partner. I think a lot needs to be done to bring the youth engagement ecosystem together in this country. There's a lot of great work that's being done, and that feeds into the review that the National Youth Council can really support the SDG Kenya Forum to understand what young people are doing to accelerate progress towards SDGs, what more resources they can do. I'm sure a lot is being done already, but I think there needs to be a concerted effort towards, you know, focusing on youth engagement and the SDGs and what's being done. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Ezra, for that challenge.
Thank you, Ezra. And I'll just build on what he has been able to say on the part of, National Youth Council trying to be the voice and enabling, the directorate just to be aware of what the young people are doing. One thing that I'd like to encourage us, and that is one way of really ensuring that our work is known out there. You know, there are lots of good things that we are doing, but they are not documented, right? They're not documented, and so they pass, through the crevices as young people are not doing anything. And for us at the National Youth Council, we are very convinced that the young people are doing something. It has just not been magnified enough to be able to come out in the limelight. And so one of the ways I would like, to encourage you is to be able to document what you're doing. That way, as National Youth Council, we can be able to amplify the work you're doing. In our social media pages, we can be able to work with different ministries whenever they are looking for these youth who are probably working in the different areas that they're looking into. It's much easier to say that this youth group, this youth is doing this, and you can be able to work with them. And that way we are able to, just bring to the limelight what is happening. I know Ezra spoke about very few youth who could be found in, forums. I'd like us also to know that there are times that these youth will probably be invited and will not attend. And I'd like to encourage us that the other way to ensure that you're involved, the one way that is not very popular is volunteerism. Yeah? And there are days that you'll probably not be facilitated, but there's something that you're doing. There's something that you're working on. There's a place you need to go to and just let people know what you're doing. So volunteerism is one of the activities and things that at the National Youth Council, we are really encouraging the young people because we know that resources can never be enough. Not at any given time that we can all travel to a place to attend these forums. There are days that you'll be required to do this online. Are you able to create time for that? And so it requires, we call it kujituma. You have to go out, get these opportunities, because if you do not go for them, they'll not come for you. And finally, definitely all of us can see that this room is not packed, because either we have all not come or somebody got busy doing something else. I think the most part of involvement for me would be, after this, what are you doing with this information that you've gotten from here? Are you going back, to where you live? Are you going back to your communities to be able to just enhance what we are doing, so that at the end of the day we can say, okay, peaceful institutions, how are you able to work with people in your community to be able to strengthen these institutions? How are you able to work with them on climate change, which is the most popular? And we realize that, as we say, they're interconnected. It contributes. At the end of the day, this decent work, are you able to talk these issues to the people in your community? So for me, involvement is not really forums. These ones are good, yes, because policies are done in such forums and are made in such forums, but implementation has to be outside this room. So I'd encourage us to go back and just make an impact in our communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Juliet. And I'd like to push it back to the audience for any question. Sure.
It's all right. Thank you so much. So I'd also like to just talk about how, as young people, we can be able to contribute to the SDGs. And as you know, I offer simple philosophies. So by a show of hands, how many of us are students? How many of us are students? I can see that's the majority. How many of us are young professionals? All right. So I want to personally speak to each and every one of you. I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to SDGs, it really starts with you. How? End poverty. If you're doing business, I don't know how many of us are doing business in school? If you can be able to invest in that business of yours and make money, you become richer. If you're able to invest and employ someone, you're helping someone get richer. If you're a teacher, if you teach very well, you're able to help with education. A while back, we had the review of the CBC. You're in that sector and you feel like, I have a voice. Let me go contribute to this because it will contribute to quality education in this country. You have a voice. You are a farmer. Give it your best. Plow, get that food, take it to the market. You're helping with food security. So what am I saying? Yes, we can come to a forum like this, but at the end of the day, I truly believe, and this is edged on the fact that we are 75% of young people in this country. So imagine if each and every one of us just decided in our own little space to be diligent in what we can do. Just that, imagine how far we can go. The second thing I'd like to say is just to echo what Ezra talked about, and that is awareness, being aware about what is going on around you. I think, all of us are here because, Arnold and team were able to make us aware about this and were able to come. So how is it, that challenge of what do you do with this information? How is it you can go out there and be an advocate to other young people? Let them know such a forum is going on. Come, listen, learn. But that takes me to my third point. Network. In fact, if anything, if I was asked, all of you are very lucky to be here today. And I'll tell you why. I came in a bit late. And the few minutes that I was here, I've actually been able to potentially, so I do moderation on the side, I've been able to potentially get a moderation event in July. And that's a conversation I've had in this room. So what's my point? You are lucky you're here. You are privileged you're here. You've had information. But among us, between us, we talk about the young people. Even this panel, by the way, is very, very rich. Between us is your next opportunity. between yourself, in the next 5 years, you are the decision makers. You know, he talked about they were in a session and they realized, Allah, just the 5 of us, there's a problem. Then they went and advocated for other young people. So it's you guys to create the change. And we all know the 80-20 rule. It's really the small percentage that creates the greatest impact. So to each and every one of you, I just want to personally celebrate you for being here. So, you know, there's a reason why you're here. Please go back, explore that reason. You know, the fact that you had an opportunity and you came, that's where it starts. Continue at it, continue being focused, and yes, it's us. It's really us who are driving the SDGs. So let's have those conversations continue. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Sofina, for that. As we wrap up, I'd like to push it back to the audience for any question to one of our panelists. Yeah, we have one. I'll go around with the mic.
How many questions do you have? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Stella. I'm a conflict and peace studies student. Allow me to shake things up a little bit. And first, I'd like to thank the speakers for the nice things they've told us. I've actually learned a lot. My question especially goes to the government, because right now the story is my youth hatuna jobs. And when you talk of championing for the SDGs, they say the government is at the forefront. And so I kept asking myself, sometimes when we have forums, or let's say when we want to hear about there's an upcoming discussion on SDGs, that's when we hear of success stories like this lady who makes bricks from plastics that can, you know, make a house. So I was asking myself, why can't the government like take the initiative? Like there's no day I've seen maybe a building and we are told there's this youth ABCD, because of our plastic bricks, we are using it to construct. And therefore this can be like our protege and say, we want to give youths jobs to create this. So my question is how is the government using such initiatives by the young people to now push? Because now, for example, if the government takes these young persons' bricks made from plastics to build the government buildings, etc., that is what is creating jobs, and then it has this snowball effect. So what is the government doing on that? That's my question.
Thanks for that. So we'll collect all the questions and then the panelist that has been addressed to can respond. So there's that one. On government, I think it's to Juliet on how young people's projects can be advanced by the government. The second question.
Where? Good afternoon. I think maybe because Juliet subscribed to the government, we are going to address and articulate our issues to her. Well, my name is Edgar Fuller. I also subscribe to this university, but I am the chief executive of Self-Bidvest Group. It's a youth-led organization. It is approved under Social Assistance Act number 13 of 2013, following the Executive Order number 1 of 2018. The government of Kenya reorganized the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection from the Ministry of East Africa Community Labour and Social Protection. And that is where we draw our strength from. My question goes to Ms. Juliet from the National Youth Council. I know it's a state corporation under the Ministry of Youth Affairs. My question is, we are all seeing that everything revolves around youth, especially on the matters of SDGs. And as an organization, we are really championing for SDGs number 1 and number 2, and preferably number 3, no hunger, no poverty, and healthcare. But you'll understand that the people who are actually affected are not in this space. They're in Mashinani, like where Bidvest is trying to advocate for in Busia and Kakamega. So how can we as a Youth Council and Bidvest partner and ensure that that local mwananchi can really benefit from our services, who unfortunately is unable to enter this space of discussion? Thank you so much.
Thanks for that. So he's asking a question on partnership and how you can link to the grassroots using the National Youth Councils and the youth-led organizations. And the last.
Thank you. My name is Halima. I work with Indigenous Information Network. Thank you, panelists, for the reviews and for sharing what you are doing. My question goes to Sofina. You said you are supporting the local community, and I work with both development issues that affect and impact Indigenous people and local communities. My question is, which criteria do you use to pick the local communities organization and support them? And are you open for partnership and collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you. So who do we start with? We attack the government first. Okay. Juliet, we can start with you.
Yes, the government has to be attacked. And we take it positively because we are in government. And you know what? Soon you'll also be in this pit. And in no time, you'll have to answer some of these questions. But this is very important that you keep asking these questions. And I know you were asking about the many things that the young people have been doing and what is the government doing about this. You know, I mentioned earlier that we are not documenting what we are doing properly. That one is one hindrance as to how government can be able to even support. But I know different ministries work with different youth groups, in the areas that they are focused in, to be able just to be sure that what they are trying to come up with or what they're adding onto the SDGs are amplified. You should know that probably before government is able to say that this building should be built using those plastics, so much research has to go into this. Government institutions work really, really differently. Decisions are not made like pap in the level. So I'm sure that government is supporting. In the forum that we have, we acknowledge the young people who are working in different goals. And in acknowledging them, what we are doing is we are trying to amplify that so that different partners can be able also to have a look at them. Government will not be able to do everything, I must say. And that is why we work with different partners. There's private sector. They come and get to know these innovators. What are they trying to solve in the community? How can we be able to help them, be able to make this better? So I will tell you that government is doing something. It might not be to the extent that you expect it, but I would like you also just to read more, look out for more, like different ministries. There is something that is being done. Given probably time, we can be able to explore, and maybe next time you'll come and say, okay, at least there's one thing that government has been able to do. So for now, I can assure you that government is there to ensure that whatever the youth are doing, let me now talk about the youth, is amplified, is used, but it is not a one-day thing. It does not work like that.
Thank you.
Maybe to the second question, the one for partnership. We are very open to partnership. Probably let me know what you're doing, where you do it after this, so that we are able to, one, probably link you up with other organizations like-minded so that your work is amplified. And at the same time, if you're able to come in as government to amplify what you're doing, then that way the partnership is enhanced. Otherwise, for me, that partnership aspect, you should not look at yourself like that person in Busia is not creating impact. They're creating impact in their own spaces. They just need to be empowered a little more so that this impact is spread. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. And lastly, we can hear from Sofina.
So I'd like to answer Halima and the question that was asked. Well, I have nothing to say about the government, But, talking about us knowing about opportunities of young people, when we are in such platforms. I think one of the things I can encourage each of us, because I believe we are all here because of one reason or another, we're looking for something. That's why we are here today. So the first thing I'd be able to say is I'd encourage you, if you have a project, I like Halima, she talks about, working in the development world and working with people, indigenous people, Brilliant. After this, I'll have a conversation with Halima, that's for sure. But I think the idea is, whatever your idea is, just go out there. I usually say, or rather I was told, and I followed up and it's worked for me. You lose nothing. You lose nothing in coming to me and say, hi, you talked, you have this organization, you offer funding. I do this, take my number, goodbye. We'll meet tomorrow, you'll disturb me on WhatsApp, you'll say hi, I'll say hi, you'll say hi, I'll say hi. But guess what? Next time, when there's a forum and I know they're showcasing work for young people, I'll remember there's someone who says hi. Let me reach out to them. And that's how you grow your networks. So don't be discouraged because, it's one project, it's two projects. And honestly, if Fred here, because like I mentioned, I'm a member of YALI, if he told you how many opportunities people in the network have received, because yes, there's government, but again, there's all of us. I keep saying there's all of us. There's all of us. So opportunities, if it's not coming from government, then there's the private sector. If it's not coming from the private sector, then there's the development sector. But don't tire. Don't tire to knock those doors. And I always give an example. My first job, my first real job, I got it because I kept saying, hi. When the news came, I sent a news article. That's how you get opportunities, okay? So don't tire to knock those doors. If you have an idea, I think mine is just to say, don't tire. To you, Halima, what is the criteria for support? So the first thing we're able to do is send out an application and you're able to apply. So the criteria we look at is, one, is your idea innovative enough? And number two, there are certain criteria we gauge to see if you are, more or less what I'd call a startup organization. And then number three, there's the key SDG areas that we support. So are you within that line? So with that, we are able to narrow down and then visit the organizations. And then after that, we are able to identify the organizations that we can support. Yes, Halima, you can have my number. Let's have more conversation after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Safina. So a round of applause to our panelists. All right, thanks Ezra, Safina, Juliet, and Fred for your time. You can have a seat. And that brings us to the end of that plenary discussion. I've been your moderator, Christabel Netondo, and thanks for your time. I'll hand it over to Arnold, who will guide us on the next agenda item.
Thank you so much, Christabel. Let's clap for Christabel. She did a wonderful job moderating that panel. So now, we'd like to do one thing, and then we go have our tea. And then after we have our tea, kijana mtanashati. I know wengine mnajiuliza, kijana mtanashati nani huyu? Ama already you have an idea. So he's coming right after. So when you go to take your tea, make sure you come back very fast so that you can see the kijana mtanashati. Huh? So I would like to request us to take a group photo. And for those of us who are still here, maybe since we are scattered across, could those who are on this side just come here so that we can do a group photo? And then immediately when we walk outside, we can pick our meal cards and go upstairs for our tea. So please, those on this side, just find a seat on this side. And then again, if you have a t-shirt and you're able to wear it, please wear. And those who are on the last 3 rows, please come to these front rows here. Those who are on the last 3 rows, please come to these front rows. We can go to the front rows. Kama kuna space kando yako unaweza songea mwenye anakuja. Are we okay? There is some space right there. Hmm? well, I know you can do that during tea break, but you don't have to, in case you are able to, that is, in case you are able to. Just 1 minute for you to do that. I know sometimes you have to take off, and then wear another one. So we are ready? But tuko sawa? Do we have our smiles ready? Kuna smiles kwa niliwaambia asubuhi. Oh, okay, let me make one request. Where Caroline is, could you move like this? Occupy these seats. And then Festus and our great colleagues from the State Department for Planning, could you kindly just come to this side? This side. There are some empty seats here. It's like umeachwa nyuma. You've been left behind. But we don't want to leave anyone behind. There are seats here versus here. Grace and the UN team, you are missing out. I believe we are set. Please, Grace, come and take a seat. Johnson. Johnson, come and take a seat. Grace, kuja hapa mbele. Yeah, nakaa hapa. Sit here in the middle. Na mbona sijaona SDGs Kenya Forum? Kujeni. Sharon. Sharon, kuja huku mbele. First hapo uonekani vizuri. I think you'll come here. I think then all these seats are filled. Here, Sharon. Kuja hapa. Then we are good. John, take your seat. And the one that is left, I'm gonna take it. And then we smile for the photo. Sawa. Mnaona tu photo tu zinapigwa tu. So what you do is, as you walk outside, our colleagues will give you a meal card. And that meal card is your ticket to your tea. And don't forget that after we interesting for you all. Kijana mtanashati, are you in the room? Could someone check? Could someone check where Kijana mtanashati is? Because we are having his performance up next. Caroline, could you kindly check? Or Medica or someone? Or Johnson? So meanwhile, please settle down and prepare yourself for the next engagement. So we've altered the program a bit. So now we've already done the panel discussion. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? You can hear me now. I have just increased my volume. I'm saying that we've altered the program a bit. So now we've already done the panel discussion that we had. We'll have a performance by one of our local artists. And then we'll have some time with the State Department for Planning. And then after that, we have a brief open session to hear your views. Again, for those whom we did not get to hear from in the morning. So sit tight and learn as much as you can and also share as much as you can. So also remember, our online engagement continues with the hashtag #MyYouthNaSDGs. Don't forget to share with colleagues who did not make it here. I'll have the music continue playing for a little bit, and then Kijana Mtanashati will be up on stage in a short while. Thank you.
Only one, which for most things is not a big deal. For example, watching a video. But if you want to do some cool things like, I don't know, web scraping, using code to automatically check sites like Amazon, Best Buy, or whatever, trying to find
Let me repeat this. Earlier on, we said that the pre-conference, this particular pre-conference is feeding into the, it's feeding into the National Multistakeholders Conference, which takes place at the end of each year, and it brings together various partners in the SDGs space. And among those partners is the UN. Among those partners is academia, institutions of learning, and then we have civil society. And in this particular case, the SDGs Kenya Forum is the one which coordinates the engagement of the civil society. And then we also have the Media Council of Kenya, which brings in the media and how they engage with the SDGs. And then we have the Council of Governors. We have the State Department for Planning. We have, which one have I forgotten? Just say it aloud. Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs. The members of parliament who are putting focus onto the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And then we also have the Kenya Private Sector. And all those umbrella bodies have many hundreds of organizations within them. So you can imagine the number of people you would have if you wanted to have one person per organization, for example. So they only get representatives from every sector to participate in the main multi-stakeholders engagement forum. And our aim in bringing you together during this pre-conference is to collect your voices on how you would love to engage with other stakeholders as far as SDGs are concerned. Because we understand that it is not possible to take a big number of young people to the main conference. So that is why we collect the voices, and then the voices can be, the recommendations can be presented at the main conference. But the hope is that in future, we could actually get more opportunities for young people to engage at the National Multi-Stakeholders Conference with everyone. But also it's important to have young people in a space like this, where we can engage with ourselves and partner among ourselves and also push forward the SDGs agenda. So I see that Kijana Mtanashati is ready to make his performance. I let him go ahead, and then we can move on to the next part of the program. A big round of applause for Kijana Mtanashati. Makofi mzuri, hata kama mjajua what is in store for you. But I'm sure it's going to be great. Karibu sana Kijana Mtanashati.
Habari zenyu? Mko aje? Simekula breakfast tu sai. Ni ajeni? Mko fine? So salimia mbeshte yako. Mbia ni aje? So I'm a spoken word artist from Nairobi. I do art for social change, and I'm part of the youth movement called Activista. So this is what I do. Nilipata religion ndani ya poetry. Nilisoma biography ya Jesus. Ni spoken word tupu. Kuna bleeding ndani ya mwili wangu. Huwezi panguza na tissue. Face to face conversation. Mbona na feel nikaona ni blindfold. Heart to heart dialogue. Mbona na sense nikaona ni vunja mbavu. Dry jokes ndio memes hizi ma area. Word to word brothers, kuna bond, street kuna chemistry. Solution kwa mix ya kichwa mjanja. Education iko na mwanya. Mwanafunzi kuuma nje kaa bite ya kibogoyo. System ijaipenda kili smart. connection na back doors, windows off, opportunities kuna virus, panda, panda, shuka, suka, unajua nani uko juu, kimbele mbele na we si fast come, salari kubwa pia tunatongoza na kitu kidogo, najua unauza changa, lakini chubiri, mkubwa kunywa chai kwanza, ndio hii biashara iendelee. Vijana na wazee wamepotea na glasi ya chupa kwa klabu. Nyumbani sufuria bila chakula. Mwiko, kuna jamaa na koroga watoto wadogo. Embe mbichi sijai joy, kuna passion juice. Defilement, kesi, kotini. Judge kwa koma, kashindwa kupeana full sentence. Haki kwa mgala, tunachagua life kwanza. Maskini kidonda, chumvi dawa, machozi, panguza kama kawa. Abortion imefika na tuwezi fikia dawa. Tulipenda flat tummy, shida kiongozi tumbo. Freedom ni free, kao kuna pesa. Pads ni free, kao kuna link za NGO. Deep pocket, siya wenye wakuna coins ka sisi. Big pocketing, siya wenye wakuna mkono fupi ka wale. Mama na mtoto, naona father figure kwa macho za mother. Leo ni leo hapana. Sini jana responsible fathers walikufa wangali wachanga. Sex na tabu. Trial version ilikuja na full package. Teenage pregnancy, watoto wana watoto, na bado sex education ni crime kwa manyumba zetu. Hapo, blessings, laana na attention seekers, cheza, maisha ni fumbo, werevu wako na miaka mingi, kawaida maisha hapa mtaani. I was raised by a single mother, kuna vile niko na daddy issues, nywele kwa kichwa, niko na baba issues, sijaipenda modern churches, niko na father issues, najua shortcuts hapa mtaani, sitaki safari ndefu, niko na father issues. Mimi kama mwananchi niko na ignorance, arrogance, uovu, maovu, uchovu, uoga na maswali mboga. Mgeni siwezi mchinjia kuku, kuna vile nilieka mayai zote crate moja zikapasuka sokoni tukiwa maandamano. Kuja kunitembelea, kuja na gumboots, gloves, barakoa, helmet, full overall, vitu mingi ni chafu and unhealthy. Barabara mbovu, road to success inabonga matope, mkono chafu, from takataka tukudunga mwenzako kisu. Beba CD mingi, music board ni dirty. Kabla kuendia kiss, beba toothpaste full, mdomo inanga oral hygiene poa. Kuropokwa mingi, kuongea machache, kelele na walevi, porojo na birika. Debe tupu nilitoboka kitambo. I cannot hold my leaders accountable. Public participation na jifichi na private room. Kura sipigangi, niko kabila, sina gari ya kujibeba. Ukulima uti wa mgongo, niko na back pain. Hapo nyuma nimebeba Ego Pro Max. Gas kwa tumbo, pressure kwa koo. Ushuru bado maendeleo kwa walioweza, mapendeleo mamboleo na cheo. Democracy kwa tajiri ni fair, kwa maskini ni unfair. Tuko na same Bible, injili ndio tofauti. Same flag, national anthem tofauti. Tuko na rangi mingi sana. How come hatuwezi tengeneza rainbow? Hatuwezi tengeneza kitenge? Hatuwezi fanana na kinyonga? At least to buy something beautiful for our people. We can make a change. And together, we can make the change we want in this society. Nite kijana mtanashati. Thank you.
Wow. A big round of applause for kijana mtanashati. I believe now you remember the name going forward. So at this point, I would like to invite our colleagues from the State Department for Planning to share with us. I know you would wish to project, but if you could highlight the presentation using the key highlights from that, it would be great because I know you already spoke more about the background and what you do. So it's just giving you a few minutes again to mention maybe what you didn't mention and also maybe where Kenya is at in the implementation of the SDGs. So I'll just give you briefly 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then you can do that. After that, we shall open it up because we'd like to hear how we can better engage in the coming year as far as the SDGs are concerned. Karibu sana.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, that was a good one from Kijana. Indeed, we can make a change, right? Yes, we are the change makers. For all we believe in ourselves. I have a brief presentation that I would like to make, but I'm told the project is not working perfectly, so I'm just going to do a rush through to just to inform us something small. Maybe for those who have joined later, my name is Karaoke from State Department for Economic Planning, economist. Now, I am believing that the people that we have in this forum, these are the people that will be calling as champions going forward. The people will continue spreading the gospel, not of Jesus, but of SDGs. But of course, even that one is also important. And now, these are some of the questions that you people you will face there outside. Where did the SDGs came from? Who was this person who came up with these SDGs? Where was he? Alikuwa na nani? Walikuwa wangapi? And why the SDGs? So those are some of the questions that we are going to answer in this brief presentation, just giving us a background. Where did these SDGs came from? Where are we now as a country? And where do we intend to be? As a matter of introduction, we say that in September 2000, that is the year 2000, at the New York headquarters in New York, the heads of the UN member states signed what we call the Millennium Declaration, which they set to achieve a set of 8 goals. Now, this is where now the history comes. Now, those people that are good in history. Now, we are back in the history class. And you know, in every lesson, there must be a cat. So, expect a cat at the end of the class, and it will be a sit-in. No more takeaways. Now, we are seeing that in September 2000, this is when the UN headquarters, the UN member states, they sat down in New York and decided now to come up with 8 goals. And these 8 goals is what they called the Millennium Development Goals. And these goals, they were 8 with 21 targets and 60 indicators. And they were supposed to be achieved by 2015. So they were supposed to be implemented by how many years? Those who are following quick maths. 15 years, correct. They were adopted in 2000, and they were supposed to be completed by 2015. Now, which are these, the MDGs? There were 8. There were 8 goals. Anybody who can mention? We had someone talking about the 17 goals. What about the MDGs? That's where we start. Good health. So these were the goals. Then I would like you, as I mentioned the goals, you relate them to the current SDGs. We had to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger. That is how many, those that has got, in SDGs, those are 2 goals. That is goal number 1 and 2. The second MDG was achieve universal primary education. That is currently goal 4 on quality education. Then we had the goal 3, promote gender equality and empower women. Gender equality and empower women, currently that is goal 5. Reduce child mortality, that was MDG 4. Currently, goal 3 on health and well-being. Combating HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases, that's still goal 3. Ensure environmental sustainability. Hiyo ni goal gani? Goal 13 on climate action. Develop a global partnership for development. That is goal? The goal 17. So that was now the MDGs. But now when it came to around 2012, the leaders once again met in New York in a new UN conference that is called Rio Plus 20. Rio Plus 20. It was a conference that was held in New York. And members discussed the MDGs. They did some kind of a review. And they realized, as much as now we are heading towards the end of the end of MDGs, there has been mixed reactions, mixed achievements. Some MDGs were doing well, and others were lagging behind. So there was a need to come up with a new development framework to continue with the work that was done in the MDGs. Some MDGs were doing well, others were doing poorly. So that one now necessitated the need to develop a new development framework. And that is where now the SDGs were born. Okay? That's where now we have the SDGs coming in. In this conference, now they started the new UN member states. They came up with now what you are calling the SDGs with 17 goals, 169 targets, and 231 unique indicators. I call them unique because some have been repeated. So the SDGs then, they were all adopted in September 2015. The UN member states now agreed. Now we have now done with MDGs. We have achieved what we have achieved. What have not been achieved will be carried forward in the SDGs. And from goal 1, SDG 1 to goal 6 is what we call the unfinished business of MDGs. So someone might ask you, what do we call the unfinished business of the MDGs? It is purely goal 1 to 6, which I know at this level you know. Now, there was the transition. The transition from the MDGs to the SDGs, how they came about now. And for the country to adopt the SDGs, the State Department for Economic Planning, which by then was the State Department for Planning, they came up with a strategy, what we call the transition strategy. That is to help us now move forward. And some of the elements of this strategy was mapping of stakeholders and establishing partnership. Mapping means we came up with a stakeholders engagement framework. And this framework, we are able to point out specific SDGs with the actors. For instance, if it is goal 9, we know which ministry is dealing with goal 9. If talking about climate action, we have a ministry that is the lead. Talk of gender equality, there is a ministry that is in lead. So that was the mapping. We were able to map, and we communicated with relevant ministries to help them to let them know which goals they are implementing. Then there was the aspect of advocacy and sensitization. I hope so far even the SDG Kenya Forum has been very much instrumental in creating awareness, like printing of these T-shirts. You have wallets that have been branded with SDGs. So many things, such that even if you walk on the streets, someone that is reading what is written on your T-shirt, you are still spreading the gospel. Someone might be interested to know what are these SDGs. So that was another transition, another element. Then there was the issue of resource mobilization, tracking and reporting. My colleague mentioned that we do report after every 2 years. We carry out what we call the national review. The National Voluntary Review, the VNR. Currently, we are doing the third one. We did one in 2019, we did in 2020. In 2017, 2020, and currently we are doing the third one in 2024. That will be presented to New York during the UN High-Level Political Forum in July next year. Now, the SDGs have been grouped into 5 Ps. These are the 5 P's of the SDGs. We have the people, we have prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. So the SDGs have been grouped into that category. When you're talking about people, that is P1, we are talking about goal 1 to 6. These are SDGs that affect people directly. When you're talking about poverty, poverty is affecting people. Hunger affects people. Health, education, gender, and water. So those are SDGs that are touching on people direct. Then prosperity, these are goal 7 to goal 10. Goal 7 to 10, we call them prosperity. Planet, these are goals that are dealing with our ecosystems. We have goal 11 to goal 15. And of course, goal 16 is just peace, and the partnership goal 17. So if you are asked about the 5 P's, you should be able now to mention that. Now, every year, we usually have what we call the every year we have what we call the annual SDG Summit. That usually happens in New York, which is always represented by the president. He's the one plus the minister in charge. In our current regime, we have the National Treasury CS and the Economic Planning PS presented us in the summit. In this summit, all the heads of states and government, they come together and they discuss what needs to be done going forward. They come and they share experiences, and then they make what we call the ministerial declarations. What needs to be done at the state level. And during the 2023 summit that was held in September this year, these were some of the key highlights that came up from that summit. One is that there was a call to reform the international financial systems. This was to assist the developing countries to access finance and other strategies like debt relief. You have heard even the heads of state from the developing country complaining about the hardship and the impunity in terms of access to finance for the developing countries. So there was need. The UN Secretary General was insisted that we need to reform the financial systems so that the countries, the developing countries that have been burdened by issues of debts, they can easily be helped out. Then there was the need, there's another issue of food security, and it was alluded that 1.2 billion people across the world are still living below the poverty line. And you know what it means by the poverty line? What do you know that about the poverty line? If someone is living below the poverty line? 1? 1 point what? $1 $1.25 in a day. That is, translate that one to Kenya shillings. Allowed how much? 1.25 multiplied by allowed 150. It's coming to how much? 187. So anybody who is spending less than 187 in a day, then you are poor. And you are living below the poverty line. So according now to the UN Gen, is saying that 1.2 billion people, you can imagine that number, are still under that bracket. So there is need to increase the social protection programs. Now to caution the most vulnerable, the orphans, the disabled, and the elderly, to push them from that bracket. Then there was the issue of climate change. This has been a song in the nearest past. There's a need for countries to comply to Paris Agreement on climate change. So those are some of the recommendations that were made from the UN, from the summit that took place in September 2023. Now, as I conclude, we say that the SDGs, we have done something as a country. At least we are somewhere. As much as you are saying that we are at the midpoint, and some SDGs are lagging behind. Like currently, the poverty rate starts allowed 38% in Kenya. So you see, you still have a long way to go. As a government, we have come up with what we are calling the SDGs acceleration strategy. Currently, we are reviewing it so that we can align it with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Then it will be implemented by the MDAs, at least to see how we'll be able to push the SDGs by 2030. So that's a brief presentation about the transition, where we came from. And I said it was all the SDGs were adopted by the member states in 2015, that is September, and they are supposed to end in 2030. I don't know where we are, where we will be. Maybe it'll be at 70%, 50%, I don't know. But 2024 Biennale will help us to give us a clear picture of where we are in terms of implementation. Thank you. So I have a small quiz, a small one, just to see how creative maybe and just to engage your mind. A small quiz. So who can tell us when the SDGs were adopted in Uganda? No, you are saying no. Let's see. Who can tell us? Yes, madam? Did you hear what she said? Please. Yes. Great. Please clap for her. She got the right point. Yes. It was in September 2015. The reason behind that is because Uganda is a UN member state. Now, someone can give us two differences between MDGs and SDGs. Two differences, compare and contrast. Now we are in a class. You see, we are in the university. Yeah? This is a cat. Compare and contrast between the MDGs and SDGs. So you can give us two similarities and maybe one difference, or two similarities and two differences.
Hello, everyone. I come in peace. I talked some time back. My name is Edgar Afula. One, I'll say that MDGs is Millennium Development Goals and SDGs Sustainable Development Goals. The MDGs came into force in the year 2000, and by that time, not every country that is in the case of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals adopted the MDGs. Some came in later, but for the SDGs, they came in force 15 years later, that is in the year 2015, to mark a 15-year period of up to 2030. The SDGs has 17 goals, while the MDGs had 8 of them. And the SDGs is just a continuation and also an accelerator of the MDGs which were not fulfilled. Thank you.
Great. So those were similarities or differences? Contrasting, eh? I need one. There's still one that is not been pointed. One big difference between the MDGs and the SDGs. Who can collect it down? In terms of targets, I've even given you the answer.
Okay, my name is Juliana Butoi. And I think what's the difference between Millennium Goals and Sustainable Goals is that MDGs were short-term, but for the SDGs, it's a long-term period so as they can implement and also ensure success of all SDGs. Yeah, thank you.
MDGs were short-term. Do you agree? MDGs were supposed to be implemented for a period of how many years? From 2000 to 2015? That's our 15 years, right? SDGs are supposed to be implemented from 2016 to 2030, a period of how many years? So the period is the same, right? But maybe the reason why you may find that it was short term is because of what my brother said there. Some member state, they took time to buy in the idea. Some even came late at around 2008. So that's why it appears like it was a shorter time, but the length was 15 years. So we said the SDGs has got how many targets? 169. MDGs had how many targets? How many targets? 21. SDGs has got how many indicators? Indicators in SDGs? They are 231, where those one in MDGs were 60 indicators. So thank you very much for listening. At least now you have a rough idea. If someone asks you to describe the transition from the MDGs to SDGs, you should get 10 out of 10. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for him for that wonderful and insightful brief session that we've had. Let's clap for him. Okay. So right now, I would wish to invite two of our colleagues to share something about what they're doing as leaders of SDGs groups within their institutions. Do we have people who are leading SDGs groups and clubs within their institutions currently? Let me see your hands. 1, 2, 3. Anyone else? 4, 5. But you've already told us about what you do, right? Can you raise your hands again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are confusing me. Can you raise the hands properly so that I can know exactly who would like to, those who are leading SDGs groups or clubs within their institutions or in initiatives within their institutions of learning currently? Those are many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 10. Huh. So we could give you a moment so we can start from there. Could you please come forward and tell us about your initiative within your institution? Because most young people who are following this conversation are also students like you. Please come forward. Students like you, and they would be inspired to know what you're doing and how possibly you could work together to do that. So after that, then we'll open up briefly again. I know right now it is 1:36. So let's do this for 10 minutes. I don't want us to leave here after 2. So we could take 10 minutes to get some input from these colleagues, and then not 10 minutes for you alone, 10 minutes for everyone in that category, and then another 10 minutes for our other colleagues. So please welcome, introduce yourself, tell us what you're doing for the university, briefly, also to allow others to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arnold. Good afternoon. My name is Christine Karanja. I'm a fourth-year journalism student here at the University of Nairobi. Ooh. Yeah. I'm also the current campus director for Millennium Fellowship. Millennium Fellowship is an initiative by the Millennium Campus Network and the United Nations Academic Impact. It's a partnership, like, as you said, it's in its 10th year anniversary this year, which means it started in 2013, but it morphed into the Millennium Fellowship after the change of the the Sustainable Development Goals under the patronage of Ban Ki-moon, who now founded it for students to advocate for sustainable development goals. Currently at the University of Nairobi, we have 6 cohorts, with each cohort having 25 students. That's around 150 students. It's a semester-long program, but you're tasked with coming up with a project which you can carry on beyond the semester. Myself, I call myself a multi-hyphenate, SDG 17 advocate. Beyond that, I'm also a member of the United Nations Food Systems Global Task Force. That's for SDG 2. Without going further, I would like to now tell you maybe what we intend to do or what we've been doing so far. Notably, other advocates you would know maybe in the country. I've had these members of Kenya Moon here. You might know Samuel, who's the former Secretary General, was the former campus director for Strathmore. So there's other institutions across the country that are having this program, and I challenge you to look it up. Applications are going on right now until May through rounds of application. The advantage it gives you is that it's a platform in itself recognized by the United Nations Academic Impact. You get to interact with development communication, development intergovernmental organizations from Bill and Melinda Gates to DevEx to IREX. Beyond that, if you do have engagements, for instance, currently COP28 is happening. That's the Committee on Parties for Climate Change. So during such forums, they can give you speaking engagements. Recently, I was in Italy, Rome, where we were able to submit a framework for youth engagement for integration of the food systems. So it is a platform for you to play into. And we are working on getting it formally registered within the university, and we welcome you to take part in having it within your institutions also. I will not monopolize time. I would just like to maybe highlight upcoming events that you might want to look into that are affiliated with the Sustainable Development Goals. We've heard of the high-level political forum that will happen in July. There's also the ECOSOC, which is what kickstarts the events in the year. It starts in January. There will be one in January 31st in New York. Fingers crossed, we are going to host a side event here. There's also the Summit of the Future, which is where we are going to agree, are we on track with regards to the common agenda for the youth, because we are essentially the future. There's also the ongoing HALT Prize. I'm trying to tell you opportunities within the Sustainable Development Goals that you can tap into. Because as I said, I'm an SDG 17 advocate. My approach is usually I can't do everything. So if I get an opportunity that is in line with your field, I tend to share them. And then that way the ripple effect is that when we come together, it has a multilateral effect. As you know, going into next year, Summit of the Future, the UN will be targeting 5 goals in order for them to become amplifiers for others. There's 1, which is zero poverty, 2, which is zero hunger, 13, which is climate, 16, which is peace, and 17, which is partnership for the goal. So if you can play into this, you know that funding will be directed towards those, and because they have a ripple effect, you'll be able to be best facilitated. That's it from me. And if you would like to partner with the University of Nairobi with regards to sustainable development goals, feel free to reach out. I'm Christine Karanja across all platforms, and I have a podcast called Plug in Sustainability Africa. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. Thank you so much, Christine. Could we have another person from another university? If you are that person, please come forward. We'll only do 3. So that is number 2. Number 2, please come forward. Yes. And then please be brief, huh?
Good afternoon. Apologies, this is the 3rd time I'm talking. My name is Edgar Afula. I am standing here on behalf of an organization known as Bidvest. As I had earlier said, it is an organization that is advocating for SDGs, particularly the ones that are unfinished under the MDGs. No hunger, no poverty, quality education, good health care, and preferably partnership for goals. And that is the purpose I'm here for, partnership for goals. Briefly about what we do and who we are. Bidvest Dream PLG is a social assistance institution. In Kenya, it is approved under an Act of Parliament known as Social Assistance Act number 21 of 2013 in the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. The head office is at Tusaidiane House, that is in Busia County, and we have other 6 offices across the world, 1 in Ikaze House in Rwanda, and we have 1 in Kikuyu and 1 in Nairobi here, and also in Eldoret. We'll be having around 17 functions happening next year, starting from January 23rd to 25th of January in Mombasa. We'll also be having some in March, April, May, June, July, August, and September, where we'll be training people on the matters of SDG and our core principle of training youths to become directors and executive of their ventures. Mateus constituency, where the head office is one of the 7 constituencies in Busia County, and it is actually administered by a sub-county commissioner. You are much welcome for partnership, and in case of any question, I'm here for you. Thank you so much for your time.
Let's clap for him again. So someone else from another institution, please come forward. Come forward. The one who will come first. It is 1 chance remaining. Hey. All right. We'll see after this. But please be brief so that the other ones can get a chance. But also, even as you tell us what you're doing within your institution, tell us what is your recommendation on how other stakeholders could engage you. In the room, we have the government, we have other stakeholders within the room. So how do you want to be engaged? Yes, briefly.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Flomina Musheke. I'm a student not at the university, at the Kenya Institute of Social Work and Community Development. I'm also the director Mind to Heart community-based organization that deals with the SDG 3, that is mental health. We are more into mental health, and hence we support the 17 SDGs. So for me as a student, I'm also President's Fellow at the Global Peace Foundation. And my recommendations can be many, but I will just say maybe 1 or 2. One, the first recommendation I will give to the government, the individuals, and the private sectors is, first of all, youths, you have to be intentional and deliberate about what you're doing. Second is you don't have to be pushed all the time. Start up an initiative. Also, do more of proposals. Go look for those opportunities. Opportunities are there, is only that sometimes we give up at the middle of searching for them. Another thing is, I will say for the SDGs, like the school where I am, we are into SDG 4, that is education. Personally, I'm into all of them because I deal with mental health. So do something about it. Wherever you are, you can make a change. In my school, there's a time I was chosen as the president, and I refused because I felt that is going to tie me to being into school all the time. So I chose to come out here. I get information, and I disseminate it the way it's supposed to be. Another thing is that we are selfish with the information youth.
you get information and you don't disseminate it to your fellows, to your school. You don't take it back to where you came from. So, and for me, I would advise the private and the government, let's look at the grassroots levels, zile vikundi za kijiji. You know, we are speaking English, but ukienda mtaa, unapata watu, they are not understanding what we are saying. You know, you're talking about SDG. Huyo mtu anakuuliza, mimi na SDG na unga tunatoana wapi? I bet kila mtu hapa anaweza relate. SDG na unga wanatoana wapi? So we have to be intentional and more deliberate, and thank you for being here.
Let's clap for Mina. One extra chance for someone who will come here first. Okay. And then after that, we'll have 3 other inputs from the general audience. 3 other inputs. But one of those, I would love to be someone to tell us, how can we use TikTok? Ama the new social media platforms for the SDGs. Maureen, can you tell us about it? Okay. So let's have you. Please tell us briefly who you are, what you do, and your recommendations.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caroline Kimei. I am from ELF Africa. I am a cohort fellow of the 10th cohort. I'm the vice president, and I've come with a team of our president, some fellows, and our team leads. So I'm here to talk about ELF cohort 10, because on 13th January, we're running a community service initiative yenye inatusaidia ku finish the cohort. So we are calling for partnerships on mentorship and empowerment of PWDs, because we want to include persons with disability in our decision making and also in everything, education, yeah? So we are targeting an institution. I'm also a founder of Ustawi Girls Initiative, which targets teen moms. We are running an initiative in December called Love Her to Thrive Project, and we're calling for partnership of organizations running initiatives in Kiambu. So see me after this. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. Thank you for sharing. So Maureen, please tell us, how can we use TikTok? Just come. How can we use new forms of media or social media for the SDGs? And then after Maureen, I know that we have less than 10 minutes remaining. So after Maureen, we have 2 inputs. And prepare yourself. When I say next, you come here. So 2 more.
Hi, hello. Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Mwikali Momo. And as we all know, in this generation and in this era, social media plays a crucial role in educating, right? A lot of people are on social media, and as we all know, clearly most of us couldn't even have the idea what SDGs are unless you learned them, you had it from somewhere, or you're familiar with the UN, or I'm lying. No, I'm not lying. So social media, specifically TikTok. TikTok has a lot of people and the engagement is high. So we use social media to raise awareness and to educate the public. The public has been left behind. We are working towards goals, 17 of them, but the public have no aware of them. So we use social medias, and all of you, kwanza right now from this, if you have your Instagram account, your TikTok account, make sure you upload a photo, at least like a hashtag SDG something, and let people around you know them. There's no way we're gonna work towards goals that people have no clue about. Because every day we do work towards, for example, education, goal number 4. And many people don't even know that's a goal somewhere, right? They don't know there's something like that. They don't know there's something like 2030 and there are certain goals to be achieved. Social media is loud. Use your voice, use your wording, use your photos, use your content. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Let's clap for Maureen. Next. So the two of you will be our last ones. So let's hear from you. Please tell us your name, what you do, and your recommendations on how you would love to be engaged in the SDGs multi-stakeholder processes.
Good afternoon. My name is Shamsa Shurie. I'm a student at Mount Kenya University main campus. I handle their social media in MKU SDGs Club. More specifically, the Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We are not much into Twitter and into TikTok right now, but it is a space that we can use to create awareness about SDGs. In MKU, we are under Africa for SDGs. That is, Africa for SDGs deals with using education, streaming. Yes, streaming SDGs through education. So they use institutions, primary schools, high schools to create awareness about sustainable development goals. As MKU SDGs Club, we started in 2022 September, and right now we have created awareness about sustainable development goals in many ways, through community outreach, through conferences, voluntary work, and much. So I would like you to use your personal space to create more awareness about sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Let's clap for her. And then lastly, please, could you share with us briefly what you do? And then after that, we shall have the Dean of Students of the University of Nairobi.
Thank you so much. My name is T.F. Apollo. I'm from the University of Nairobi, Faculty of Law. So my input to this discussion is that, first of all, I represent a CBO, my sister's CBO called the Dreams Evolution Foundation. Dreams Evolution Foundation majorly focuses on one of the MDGs, that's the focus on doing away with poverty, but it's not based around Nairobi. That's why I didn't come forward to put across our contribution. But then we help young girls and young kids in Homa Bay County to deal with poverty. That's we look for sponsors and stuff like that, provision of pads, and any other matters that revolve around poverty. So because I'm brief, I would like to marinate the presentation from the government presenter who talked to the implementation measures that the government is trying to put in place. So I think when we are looking at implementation, we really need to look at the laws. I'm an enthusiast of SDG 7, that's to energy, and SDG 13, that talks to climate elimination. So we can't talk about implementation at national jurisdiction without looking at the external factors that's under the international legal framework. So when we are looking at SDG 7 and SDG 13, we are looking at the greenhouse gas emission. So under greenhouse gas emission, there are laws that have been put in place that have been implemented or have been ratified by other states. So if the other states don't put in measures, because one of the things that we know, Africa is one of the continents that is greatly affected by greenhouse gas emission that is perpetrated by international countries that have ratified these laws that have been put in place to eliminate or combat the greenhouse gas emissions. So to the government presenters, my contribution or recommendation to you is when you are looking at the implementation measures, don't restrict or confine yourself to the national jurisdiction. If you are an advisor of the president, let the president also champion for the implementation to an extension where the countries that are part of the laws also ensure that they adequately implement the laws that have ratified to ensure that countries that are in Africa are not affected by these SDGs such as the climate change. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening and have a lovely afternoon.
Clap for him. So we've come to the tail end of our conversation today. And at this point, I would like to invite you to check your emails and see the link that I've sent to you with a feedback form. With a feedback form that you can share some of your input, which was not captured during these conversations that we've had here. And then I've also shared with you a link to our WhatsApp platform that was created last year during the first pre-conference. So you could also join that platform so that you can continue being part of the community. It had different people, and probably some of them made it here, but it's always great to have young people from different groups and organizations be part of the platform and the conversation. I see some of you signaling me to give you an opportunity to speak, but please, because of the respect of everyone's time, right now it is 1:58. So I want to give this opportunity to Grace Kamau from the University of Nairobi Students Association, who will in turn welcome the Dean of Students to officially close for us the session for today. Grace.
Thank you very much to everyone who has been attentive. My only honor is to invite the Dean of Students to come and give a closing remark. I said he would come, so I'm happy he's honored. So can we please welcome him with a nice welcome? So this is the Dean of Students. Yes.
Thank you, Grace. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to interact with all of you. Let me thank the SDG Kenya Forum and the champions for SDG and the UNSA for organizing this forum for young and for the youth. But before I do that, let me recognize the representative, the director, Anud Gekonge, the executive director for Champion for SDG for the youth. Gekonge, you are doing a good job. Thank you very much. And Florence Seufio, the Executive Director, Coalition for Sustainable Development, represented by Festus Ondigo. Where is he? Digo, thank you very much for coming. And also CU National Youth Council, Margaret Kyogora, represented by Mrs. Jacket Owino. Karaoke. Where is she? Oh, Julius. My apologies. Thank you, Julius. Thank you for representing my sister Margaret, and Joseph Lasma, representing Dominic Lodiaco, State Department of Pride. Is he around? Thank you very much for supporting our youth to do all that. And as the university, we are grateful to host this kind of a forum for the youth. As you all know, in this 21st century, in your CV or in your writing application, if you read the word sustainable, then you don't know the trends where you are going. We have a Kenya Vision 2030, which is due in 7 years' time. We have also SDG, due on 2030. We have Africa Agenda 2063, and the link close-cutting all those agendas is what? Sustainable. So if you are doing engineering like Grace, and in your CV you have not done research or study on sustainable engineering, then you have not reached yet. If you are in the Faculty of Arts, you must mainstream the word sustainability. Because what is happening today is that all this climate change you are seeing, Garissa, Tana River, Wajir, flooding, is because of what? Climate change, brought about by not doing sustainable things to make our world habitable. The greenhouse gases, going emissions, all that. So in every course that you are doing, engineering, arts, architecture, health, you must think of sustainability. And that's where everybody is going. So in your CV or in any of you must know how to mainstream sustainability in your course. Kama ni nyumba mnajenga za architecture, that house must be sustainable. If you are doing chemistry and analytical, how you dispose your chemical refuse, it has to be a sustainable way. And 200 years ago, in Europe, around 1759 thereabout, the Europe came with what you call land reforms. Consolidation, instead of individual farmers farming on their own, they were consolidated and they were put in villages, small towns, so that they do mechanized farming. Majority of the people did not appreciate that reform, but from where I stand, I think it's the best thing even we should adopt here in Kenya. Distributing electricity to each village and water and internet is very cumbersome. But Europe consolidated, they said, instead of you staying in 14 kilometers, come here. 5 kilometers, come here. We consolidate, we put water together, electricity together, internet together, everything together. Then the rest we do mechanized farming. That decision did not go well with some farmers, and they started flowing to South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. Those were the countries' farmers. You read the history. And when they wanted to have their own plot, the way Kenyans, we have plot 10 by in Joska Kamuru. The farmers also in South Africa, they wanted Joska Kamuru plots. They came to Kenya. They went all the way to Kericho, to Eldoret, and all other places. And, well, the rest is history, went to Australia because they did not appreciate change. So people who are not engaging in sustainable development today, they are looking for another planet called Mars. And Elon Musk have already started the journey because the Earth where we are has become too hot for them because of floods, competition with China, Europe, war in Ukraine, Hamas versus what? Versus the Jews. So the world has become hot and they are running away like those Europeans who ran away in 17th century or in 19th century to come to Africa to explore other unexploited virgin territory. But if we are able to sustain our world which God has given to us, we don't need to run away. So if you read the history, Elon Musk is preparing for spacecraft to go to Mars. About 2 million Americans will be in Mars by 2030. The same agenda as SDG. So as you are combating the climate change here, they are combating with the Mars people. So it is you to make a choice whether you want to go to Mars to combat the Mars people through colonization or to combat the climate change by doing sustainable development goals, which are very clear. There are 17 of them. Me, I have decided to focus on SDG number 17, on partnership and collaboration. And that's why I'm here to support Grace, to bring SDG Kenya Forum and Champion for Sustainable. That partnership will make sure that each of your profession is well harnessed. Maybe there are teachers here from Kikuyu, they will focus on SDG number 3 on education. Is that number 3? Kuna wengine daktari hapa on maternal health, reducing the maternal death. Kuna mwingine ending poverty, those from economics and others. So that harnessing of various skills from Lower Kabete to Kikuyu to Chiromo will make me a champion of SDG number 17 on partnership and collaboration. And together, we will achieve more. Sindio? So with those few many remarks, I don't want to say I officially close because I saw Kekonge, many people want to. So if I close, you may close discussion. What should I say? I officially open and then close.
By the way, you need to officially open. But generally, I think we could still have some few more minutes for those colleagues who wanted to say something. Yeah. But since we had missed you in the morning, we wanted to give you that opportunity to share with us and also...
Let me say I officially open this forum for discussion because I close. It looks odd because nimeona watu wanataka contribute. You can give them more minutes and you are our sustainable. From where I sit, the children whom are your age will be our sustainable future because I may not be there in 2063, but my children will be there. So I'm doing sustainable development through family planning, succession planning, empowering them to take over from me. And to me, I'll be praying a killer in sustainable. Cindy Ogekonge. Thank you very much. It has been an honor and pleasure as a University of Nairobi to host a youth dialogue, specifically to discuss things that matters for this world. I feel very honored and proud to be part, and the history will be written that I participated, Grace, that in that forum where the youth dialogue. By the time I watch that video, because the internet does not forget, I will see this young man with big beard in 2035 discussing sustainable. And by that time, we'll have achieved the SDG some goals and also Vision 2030. Now, utakuwa proud that you participated in this particular forum. And all of you who are seated here, you'll be proud because this thing will be in the YouTube, in the internet, and someone will Google when this dialogue started. Asante sana. I don't want to take much of your time. And because we have other commitment up here opposite Yakupka, another one in Kiwanja, mtanialau niende, but you have the blessings of the Vice Chancellor, the DVC academic where I report to, and the Office of the Dean of Students to enjoy, muji enjoy, na mkule lunch vizuri. Sindio? Asanteni sana. God bless you.
Yeah. Asante sana. Let's clap. Let's give him a good round of applause again for taking time to come and share with us, and also for allowing us to come to this place to share with students. Thank you very much. And we look forward to engaging with you again. So, Miss Juliet Owino, please, could you come? And I know there is something very important that you would want to put across. And forgive me for delaying the process, but this is your opportunity. Yeah. And once again, please pass our regards to the CEO of the National Youth Council, Margaret Kigora. We've engaged with her in previous fora, but we really appreciate that she could send a team of 2 to come and represent the institution and hear what the young people are saying and how they would wish to engage.
Thank you, Arnold, and apologies that I've had to break protocol. It's just that some of this information, we've got to pass them. I know we are discussing SDGs, but SDGs come in different forms. This week, we are having the Kenya Innovation Week, Commonwealth Edition. How many of us are aware of that? Right? Maybe you registered, but you're not able to go in there. There are discussions online. Kindly plug in so that you're able to get a message or 2. Apart from that, Youth Connect is coming up. I'm sure we've also heard about that. There is registration at the hub. This will be a presidential event. And so just like SES, not everyone will be able to go in there because we're expecting a huge number of other youth from Africa. And so in registering, it means that then you're able to get the link to attend if you'll not be able to get, the physical accreditation to go in there. So that was the information that I wanted to pass. Otherwise, from the National Youth Council, we are really, really grateful, and we always look forward to engaging the youth because we realize that in as much as we are busy, there's a life after Youth Connect. So my boss was not able to come, and we are here. So kindly plug into the different, opportunities that you have. In one way or another, they are supposed to be building us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Miss Juliet. She's been here. Hata nidhani anaweza toka at some point, but she's been here all along hadi mwisho. Let's clap for her. Asante sana. Is there anyone else that we are looking out who has something to say that anaona akienda home? Itakuwa noma. Just come in front. Is there anyone else? Please let's allow them to say something. Eh? They might go home and feel like they have been left behind, and we don't want to leave anyone behind. Huh? After this, we'll give you a voucher that will earn you a lunch. So please stay put. Karibu. So maybe briefly you could also share what you have to.
God is good all the time. My name's Franklin Ojambo. I'm here courtesy of Emerging Leaders Foundation Africa. I'm the current president of Emerging Leaders Foundation, Cohort 10. And I felt I should say something before I leave this place. Please, now that the government is here, I think it's high time now we also challenge them. Sindio? Now, I want to challenge both the youths who are in here and the government. And this is because sometimes we assume of these small opportunities we get, but at the end of the day, they really help us. And there's something that it has been said to be selfish with the information that I got in one of my trainings in Emerging Leaders Foundation, so that at least someone here atoke na kitu. And this is the information. Sisi ma youths tumekuwa tukisema kila siku, serikali saidia, serikali saidia. And when Miss Owino was here, alisema kitu moja, we can't do everything. And for the first time, I want to agree with the government. For the first time. And let me say this as I finish. This is my challenge to the youth. This is what I learned from my current training of leadership. The government cannot solve every problem. And not every problem is a government problem. But you can make a problem to be a government problem. Let me repeat it again. The government cannot solve every problem, but you can make a problem to be a government problem. Menipata? Ama mepotea? Now, the youth, if you come together and create a problem to become a government problem, then the government will come and solve that problem. And let me say this, tumeimba unemployment kuanzia kitambo sana. When I was back in high school, college, up to here, unemployment. I want to challenge the leaders inside here. If we can make one big problem, and I'll use an example of a lady who said they are making bricks, and they are requesting the government to help them make more bricks so that they can sell. Now, how do you make it a government problem? I'll just use that as an example. If we can come together and make that problem a government problem, and we show that that problem can help big numbers in Kenya, then the government will come in and support. Then that's a government problem, not your problem. Sawa sawa. God bless you as you digest.
Let's clap for him again. So let's hear from you also briefly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Brenda Kaleche. I'm from Polycom Development Project. I'm one of the board members who represent young women and adolescent girls. Okay, today we have learned a lot. What I want to say, let us take ownership as youth in SDGs and in any implementation. As you have heard earlier, ownership starts with us. The same way we are heading to festive season, we see many people misusing plastics and throwing everywhere. Let us take ownership and ensuring all our environment looks neat. And another thing I want to say is that let us go home and spread the information we have gotten from this place. Let us not be selfish like the way my colleague has said. Let us spread information to the other people who are not able to reach this place. That's all I have to tell you.
Let's clap for her again. Karibu sana. That is the Kenya Inter-Universities Environmental Students Association. Is that right? KIWESA. I remember that name. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Brian Serone. I am the outgoing chairperson of the Kenya Inter-University Environmental Students Association, which is KIWESA. Standing here, I am representing over 30 university environmental clubs. And in this session today, we are represented by over 5 environmental clubs within the campuses, starting from Pioneer to JKUAT to Mount Kenya University, Technical University, Chiromo campus, and now the main campus of University of Nairobi. So I also want to add on something, specifically on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'll say that we have 17 goals, but we have a lot of targets under them. First thing that you need to do as youth is to, before you call yourself an SDG champion, before you now start advocating for something, you have to go to the background of it. Look at the targets that are under it, look at the indicators, and that is what is going to inform us on what you're going to do, because the first step to implementation is actually to understand what is behind it. We have a lot of science. I know I'll be biased on SDG 13 because that is where I'm based, but you have a lot of science, a lot of policies that are falling behind the SDGs, so we have to be well informed. I think a representative from NYC mentioned something about always reading, so we always have to be on the look at the different things that are happening at the local, institutional, and at the national level. Secondly, I'll also want to speak again on behalf of the government. I'll reintroduce myself. I am currently working under the National Treasury, Climate Finance and Green Economy Unit, where I think you've all heard of FLOCA. And I was just talking to my colleagues, and you know, sometimes we tend to actually have a misappropriation of what you want to do. You know, when you talk about SDG number 13, we have different ministries that are working on the same. But you find we all tend to go to the Ministry of Environment to actually look on anything that deals with environment and climate action. But now coming to the other bit about the financing locally led climate action, we have a lot of things that are happening. We have, all of us come from different locations, and we have the ward climate change committees that are there. I would like to add, as before we now start blaming the government on what it's doing, right now it has installed in the ward planning committees, there has to be a representation of the youth. But I don't know, maybe apart from the city status, when you go back, do we really engage in the different localities where we come from? Also looking at the planning stages that are there in the entire project, we have not seen, because I've been there for some time, but you have not seen actually youth expressing interest on what they want to do in terms of adaptation and creating resilience. So once again, I'll say that we have a lot of things that are happening, especially in the national and government setup, but it's also for us to now be aggressive. It's for us to go and look into it. We were actually working on a number of policy briefs together with NYC, and we are glad to say that some of them were presented last year in COP27, and we have seen that some of them have actually been implemented, because on the one that we are working on waste management and the youth, our club within University of Nairobi, we are now implementing a project that is called the Smart Cities, which is now coming up with a T-bin that will be able to produce electricity, will be able to ensure effective waste management in partnership with the Technical University of Kenya Environmental Club and the Nairobi County. So as the previous colleague has said, that if you make the problem a government problem, definitely the government will have to step in, and that is what we've actually been using. Lastly, SDGs are always cross-cutting. So in as much as you're working on SDG number 2, number 3, number 4, we should always know that there's an SDG that is coming to touch on another one. So starting from the individual level to the communities where we come from to now the city where we are all based right now, we need to have a close look on the SDGs. That said, thank you so much.
Let's clap for him. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who feels that they've been locked out and they wanted to say something? Huh? You have a question?
Good afternoon, everyone. Terry. Good afternoon, everyone. My names are Terry Mora Jefta. I'm so glad that I got an opportunity to have a discussion and also listening to what was shared today. And mine is kind of a question, because I know we've already like a group of youths working. I don't know whether you know them. There is a youth caucus. It's actually a regional, it's actually at the regional level and also like international level. So I don't know where they're not represented here, but whenever you guys are doing mobilization for youth, we feel so much engaged when we find a strong team that's already having strong frameworks at the ground, also being considered and being a part of this conversation. Thank you so much. Whenever you guys call, kindly make sure you consider them as part of the negotiations.
All right, thank you so much. So now you being here, you're also part of the My Youth Na SDGs community. So please, let's continue sharing amongst ourselves and even with other young people. As ourselves, we might not be able to reach everybody, but together we can reach more people. So that is well noted. Briefly?
Hi. My name is Peace, and I'd like to speak on the social media aspect. How many are following SDG, My Youth Na SDG, or SDG Kenya Forum on any platform? How many are following UN platforms? How many are following any UN platform? On TikTok? On Instagram? And I feel, as I'm also a communication development communicator, and what we are currently seeing is that this new platform, such as TikTok, and I feel most of us just go there for fun, but if you actually look at it, it can also be an avenue for learning. How many have seen this at back to school manenos, where people are doing stuff about going back to school? That is equality education. How many have seen people advocating for the current war that is either going on in Ukraine or Russia, or people giving out information? That is also information about SDGs. So I want to speak mostly on TikTok. As much as it's for entertainment, it is also a learning platform. So as organizations or clubs or any other initiative that you have, and also, it's a call to action to also take up using TikToks to pass this information in a fun and entertaining and educative manner. Thank you.
Na mnaongea juu ya TikTok sana. Hata mimi pia wacha niongee kuhusu LinkedIn. There is another professional platform called LinkedIn that I really love. How many of you are on the platform? Yeah, then you need to connect with me. Just look for Arnold Gekonge, but also look for different organizations and institutions, starting from those within this room. Follow and see what is happening, what opportunities exist. These days, people openly share information, and if you utilize the devices that you have on your hands and on your desks, you could actually unlock unlimited potential. So that is also another platform that please look onto that. If you don't have an account, you might consider opening that even before you finish school, because that is like an online CV that even sometimes when you're looking for someone, you can go there and communicate or get someone in a specific niche or related to what you're doing. Is there anyone else who wanted to say something? We are satisfied, eh? Tuko sawa. Sasa tuko ready for lunch. Are you raising your hand, Rukia? The last one. Okay, even as we hear from our last contributor of the day, please check the link that I've sent to you on email and share some feedback. We need to get your recommendations, and those will be shared with all stakeholders implementing the SDGs. And that could benefit you in the coming year. So let's hear from the last one.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rukia Ahmed. A lot has been said. I have two things. The first one is to emphasize on one of the things that has been said. I heard someone talking about the grassroots. And I believe as much as we might be here, for most of us, we are students or studies or some other agendas, but there's always our grassroots communities that we left behind. And what I always say is that we might not be much represented in these platforms, especially our communities, which the SDGs are actually targeting them, but they don't have even any information of the same. But we as the young people, we are the ones that are linked between the world that is developing and it's already developed and has most information, and our grassroots that lack this information, and they need to be educated on the same. And whatever we learn here, we need to take it back home. And if we don't have initiative and organization around our home counties, we need to take that. I got an education and awareness from a platform like this, like 6 years ago. And that has given me even an opportunity to start an NGO in my home county, Wajir County, dealing with areas that are, affected by climate change. And we've been focusing on partnership for the goals and, trying to do change in our grassroots. So what I'm saying is that let us not always complain that our grassroots are not represented, but you from the grassroots who got an opportunity, what are you taking back home? That's my question for you. And finally, I want to be grateful for this opportunity. Yes, I had some information about SDGs, but my knowledge was challenged. I got a new angle of SDGs, and I got inspired to take action. And I think that is what this forum was all about, for us to be inspired, not to just come and learn a lot of theories, but what matters at the end of the day is the practical things we are going to do. As I was sitting here, someone was talking about social media, finally. I'm also a very active person on social media. I'm sure most of the people will say, oh, I met you, the hummingbird, on Twitter. Blah, blah, like on other social medias. So this is a platform we can show the world what we are doing, not to show off, but to inspire action and to get support as well. If people don't know what you're doing in Samburu County, or like myself in Wajir, Garissa, and Mandera, how will I get appreciated and recognized and get partnership if I don't show through social media? I can't knock we can't knock every door, but at least social media, it's a platform to reach larger audience, and I will emphasize, let us utilize social media. I'm not active on TikTok, but I'm thinking, as someone mentioned TikTok a lot, that is the only social media remaining for me to utilize. Thank you so much, and may God bless all of you and the organizers. Thank you so much.
Let's clap for her. Once again, I thank you all for taking time to be part of this conversation today, and I look forward to engaging with you again. Right now, I would like to invite the SDGs Kenya Forum team. You've requested to, please, can you just raise your hands wherever you are? Winnie and Faith. The SDGs Kenya Forum team, can you raise your hand so that people can see you? Because I know we've only heard from Festus, but there is a big team behind that. Festus, could you come forward and offer the vote of thanks? And after Festus offers the vote of thanks, we can proceed to the exit, and then Johnson will be there to hand you your ticket to lunch. So be sure to pick it at the door. But once again, thank you so much for being part of this conversation, and let's keep it going online and in person in other places, and possibly at the same place and the grassroots. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Arnold. Good afternoon. I'll be here, I'll take maximum 2 minutes. I, Festus, on behalf of SDGs Kenya Forum, and on behalf of the entire institution, I'm here to give a vote of thanks and first to the government. Your representation here is a clear evidence that we're not working in vacuum. And so please pass our regards to the director, John, and the team. We really appreciate that. Great. And we're looking forward to your stewardship and towards a great multi-stakeholder forum that we're going to have in a few weeks. And to the National Youth, Juliet, how are you? I last saw you in January, and here we are. No, December, that was December, right? Yeah, so it's a good platform again to meet with you, with the voices that resonates with the kind of work that the National Youth Council is doing. And yeah, so great to actually having made it here to grace this occasion as well, with the elements and the ideas that really spur knowledge. And to the representative of the university, thank you so much for being our host. We wouldn't have been here, Arnold, right now, for the fact that they've given us this beautiful auditorium. I'm quite grateful to the students themselves and to the youth that are represented here. I myself have been sitting out there but listening to different ideologies that comes from you and different compositions and the impact that you guys are making in your specific quarters. I would, in my own capacity, probably want to engage with you in the kind of activities that you're carrying and initiatives. And those are the things that we need to really be propelled and showcased within the SDGs processes and platforms and showcasing them. Right now we are thinking about doing the voluntary national reviews. Probably we should be thinking about the youths and how they make the contributions into those documents. Thank you so much. A great to those who made this occasion come to life. I know Arnold has been greatly running around with the logistics, and Medika there, who's a communication specialist, attended by Winnie, who is a membership and liaison person, and Faith, who's a assistant communication. But I know, Arnold, you have a team that is there, Caroline and the rest. This is a great team. And probably, I think the engagement you guys are having tomorrow on the dissemination of the findings, the gender-based violence and tech abuse, a study that was done in Nairobi that touches on the youth and various aspects of youth's life, I think is quite live. And probably if you get the live stream, you can share with this team so that they can actually follow. Great, I would not fail to thank Diana here. I've not met the gentleman, but I think I'll get to meet him. Thank you so much for the kind of work you're doing, but I know that those who are not really able to be here and the kind of community that you represent probably are watching online and they're actually interacting greatly and getting the contributions that have been made here. And our crew that is here, we don't forget you because that live stream has been a great connection for us, thanks to you guys. It is my pleasure and humble duty to submit and say, let's all go for lunch and reconnect with you in another life, in another meeting. Thanks, a great. I think the meeting was closed, right? Thanks, a great.